Good evening and welcome. This is the January 8th, 2025 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses including plan developments, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, the Commission will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo?
Here.
Commissioner Halleck?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Lindwall?
Here.
Commissioner Mabadi? Commissioner Mangum?
Here.
Commissioner Marinchev?
Here.
Commissioner Puctel?
Here.
Chair Rogers?
Here. With 8 members present, we do have a quorum. Also present from city staff tonight are Neighborhood and Land Use Planner Megan Jones, Planning Manager Liz Williams, Senior Planner, no, he's not here, Senior Housing Planner Uri Pachter, and Community Development Director Sarah Flax. Assistant City Attorney Brian George is also with us. Our hearings for the proposed comprehensive general plan and zoning ordinance will vary slightly from the typical meeting that we have. We are holding hearings on this over a series of nights. At each meeting, we will have a presentation from staff as well as public testimony and conclude with comments from commissioners. Our meeting tonight is a continuation of public testimony on the comprehensive general plan. Our meeting on the 15th will be deliberation and recommendation vote to City Council on the comp plan. Then we will begin addressing the zoning ordinance on January 22nd and 29th, with a final vote on that being held on February 12th. This is a formal hearing, and there are rules that do govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time so that all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the Commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. The Chair will determine the amount of time allotted per speaker based on the number of speakers that have signed up. Any resident may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the provided comment sheet. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to your knowledge of the proposed plan. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you are at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you may be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Tonight's meeting, as I mentioned earlier, is a discussion on the comp plan only. Discussion on specific zoning issues will be discussed on the 22nd and 29th. So I'll ask that the members of the public please focus on the comp plan and not the specifics in the zoning ordinance. I know it's a little confusing because all the documents are out there at the same time. But really, we will not be taking any action on the zoning ordinance itself this evening. With that, we do have one matter of business that I would like to move forward in the agenda, which is the election of officers. We typically elect our officers in December, but because we changed our December meeting schedule, that did not happen. So in order to get us back on track, the item that is on the agenda for election, I would like to move before we begin resuming the hearing, public testimony on the comprehensive general plan. With that, I will ask if there are any nominations for chair of the commission.
I nominate Matt Rogers as chair of the Land Use Commission.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Commissioner Lindwall, seconded by Commissioner Halleck. Any further discussion or nominations? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? With a vote to 8-0, that carries, and I will continue as chair of the commission. We also have to elect a vice chair, and I will ask if there is a nomination for vice chair.
I nominate Max Puctel.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's again been moved by Commissioner Lindwall and seconded by Commissioner Halleck that Max Puctel continue his role as vice chair. Any other nominations or discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
With a vote of 8-0, again, the motion carries, and Commissioner Puctel will continue in his role as vice chair. With that out of the way, we will now continue on with our hearing on the comprehensive general plan. We will be taking public testimony at this point. Each member will be, I have about 45 people signed up. It is the determination of the chair that each person will receive 3 minutes. I'll ask you to please be respectful of that time. If people are saying things that you feel please just feel free to say, I agree with many of the other speakers. We don't need to hear the exact same comment 45 times. So I appreciate that in terms of moving us along. So with that, I will begin with the people who signed up to speak online. And the first person I have signed up is Jonathan Selden. Not in the room. Eric Peterson, followed by Jennifer Drake. Do we have people in overflow room? Okay, so I'll kind of keep an eye on these people and maybe have to pull some of them again. Is Eric Peterson in the room or Jennifer Drake? Jennifer Drake. Jill Graham is the next person after that. So Ms. Drake, if you'd like to begin.
Yes, I'm Jennifer Drake. I live at 2723 Lawndale Avenue in Evanston. I'm an engineer and a homeowner in Evanston. I have concerns that this comprehensive plan was started and kicked off in February of this year. In the industry, I've talked to many people who have worked on comprehensive plans, and they said it could take over 2 years to develop a thoughtful, comprehensive plan. I have concerns that this was only put through 3% of the Evanston population who was involved in the plan. I asked the city of Evanston for the open rate for the communications that they sent out, and they couldn't provide it. And I'd like to know what that number is to make sure that that is a reasonable number. But everybody that I talked to in my community was unaware of the Envision Evanston plan and definitely unaware of the consequences of how this is being used towards zoning. The zoning and the comprehensive plan, to me, I like the ideas of it. I like climate resiliency. I work towards that in my own life on a daily basis. But I'm concerned that it's being used in a way that is not conducive to climate's resiliency. Adding this extreme density is not good for climate change. It's not good for additional carbon emissions when you do construction. It's not good for infrastructure. It's not good for additional parking and stress on our utilities and our water system. I did ask the city of Evanston if they've done those studies, and they said they have not. I looked through the HDRA plan. They have not done those studies. Traffic studies, things like this would be typical that you would do to know, okay, we're going to need this many more signals in our community if we add this many more cars to our streets. I also work in the transit community, so I very much understand how CTA and Metra serves our community. CTA does not operate a bus through Evanston. The 201 does not operate on Sundays. It has very sporadic hours and other times of the day. Even high school students are often picked up by carpools waiting for the bus because it's not reliable. So if we think we're going to be relying on this transit, then we need to have a discussion with CTA, or we're going to need to help fund additional transit in our communities. So I just want to say I feel really hurt that we have not been, that most of the community of Evanston really hasn't been involved in this Envision Evanston, and hurt in the way that it's being used towards the new zoning. And I have significant concerns about it. So I ask that we take a lot more time, that we don't push this through, and we take more time to really talk to all Evanston residents and get them all engaged. Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Jill Graham and Meg Welch, followed by Michelle Klebeck. And I apologize if I mispronounce names.
Thank you. My name is Jill Graham, and I live in the 7th Ward, have lived in Evanston since 1968. I support the plan, the comprehensive plan. I taught strategic planning at Loyola University's Business School for a quarter century, and I'm very much in favor of strategic planning and like the overall goals of the plan and much in it, especially the elimination of single-family zoning and allowing 2, 3, and even 4 dwelling units per lot on those residential districts where lot size and setback requirements permit it. I understand from Ms. Williams that could be as many as 40% of the R1 and R2 district in Evanston. But I'm concerned that if left to the private market, this invitation to expand the housing supply would increase the supply, but not the affordability of housing in Evanston. And that is a key concern that was listed as one of the goals of the new plan. Those in the expensive districts in Evanston, if they add more units to make it profitable for developers, those would be additional expensive units, not affordable units. Whereas where developers would be attracted to less expensive land, they would find that an attractive place to add more units, but that would subtract affordable units most likely, building profitable units. Where the land is less expensive, it might actually decrease the affordability in some neighborhoods in Evanston. And my suggestion to avoid the possibility of actually reducing the affordability in some neighborhoods would be to revise the inclusionary zoning housing ordinance in two ways. One is to reduce the application of the ordinance from 6+ units to 5, and to then also increase the 10% to 20% requirement. So essentially a fifth of all large multi-unit buildings would need to be affordable. But in addition, in these new areas where it could be that would need to be could be up to 4 units, that at least one of the additional units in what are now the R1, R2, R3, and R4 districts would have to be affordable. So if an ADU could go in, or if it's a duplex, triplex, or quadplex, at least one of those units would need to be affordable. So we get more supply, but also more affordability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Meg Welsh, Michelle Klebeck, and then I'll call again for Jonathan Selden and Eric Peterson.
Hello, I'm a resident of the 4th Ward, and I had prepared remarks more specifically regarding the zoning change, but I'll kind of do a tap dance here and adapt them more to the affordability housing in the comprehensive plan. And I hope to come back when you're discussing zoning, and I'll have additional remarks. Unfortunately, many Evanston residents, including people of faith communities and their leaders, have been led to believe that if you value equity and justice and want affordable housing, you must support the proposed comprehensive plan. It is assumed as fact that the comprehensive plan as is a necessary and even a sufficient condition for achieving affordable housing. However, there's been a lot left out of this conversation that is really baffling from our affordable housing experts, our nonprofits, as well-intentioned as I'm sure they are, and as well-intentioned as I'm sure all these advocates are. There are some facts and some ways to promote affordable housing that is absolutely astounding, that are not in the or at least are not being even talked about being included in the comprehensive plan. And these are things like something that was adopted by the state of Colorado, which is there was a right of first offer or right of first refusal on the sale of certain existing multifamily properties. So the state could buy them and establish affordable housing. This is existing in the state of Colorado. Furthermore, the city could today pass property tax relief that would have a minimal impact because most of our taxes come from the county, but it would help. That could help enable our dwindling Black population to stay in their homes. We have 2 empty lots right now that are waiting for affordable housing. Why are our advocates for affordable housing not advocating for this to be included in the comprehensive plan, that we're partnering with the affordable housing expert to establish a mixed income limited equity housing opportunities. So I'm baffled, and I would just like to slow down. And I think the Land Use Commission is a good place, good people to be discussing these. And we should have more testimony, more experts, and there's no rush. And you can be a good person and not be for the comprehensive plan and not for the zoning change. And I would really like to encourage our advocacy experts, Connections for the Homeless, please broaden your advocacy. We need more. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Klevick, followed by Betty Bogg and Nakeem McMullen.
Hi all, my name is Michelle Klebeck. I live at 2207 Orrington. I am an architect with over 17 years of experience. I work on multifamily with developers. I also have experience working with affordable housing. So I am all about affordable housing, but I do have a lot of concerns about how fast this is going and the amount of density that is being proposed in the zoning plan. Evanston is a diverse community with people liking different neighborhoods for different reasons. And Evanston already has a variety of high, low, medium and low density housing. Creating a blanket rule to densify all single family areas where entire communities have bought into that style destroys neighborhood diversity that makes Evanston great. As an architect, there are a couple of reasons that I think this is very concerning. One, the proposal incentivizes the demolition of existing buildings. Evanston's already built up with very few empty lots for new buildings, and any new housing will take from the demolition of another. Every time a home is put on the market, it will be at risk for being bought by a developer and being demolished. Carbon footprint. The worst thing that you could do in terms of sustainability is tear down existing buildings. Tearing down existing homes just to build a new one has a significantly high carbon footprint due to the large amount of materials and energy required for demolition, construction, and transportation. Loss of historic homes. Evanston is defined by its beautiful historic homes. Some are protected landmarks, but many are not. Developers are typically only concerned with maximizing profit, will not seek to maintain a high level of architecture. Rising interest rates and high cost of materials has led to declining quality of new buildings. Any new homes that are built will likely not be the same quality as the ones that they are replacing. As an architect, I could tell you that with certainty that they don't build them like I used to. The fourth point, radically altering the architectural character of our neighborhoods. Lack of careful zoning in single-family areas will result in uncontrolled changes to the character of our residential streets over time, and undo any significant thoughtful planning that has already existed. Over time, we'll end up with haphazard mix of styles, densities, and significantly alter the aesthetic and feel of a neighborhood, potentially causing discord among neighbors. Negative impact on property values. The unpredictable nature of development without controlled zoning can deter potential buyers and lower property values. My last point is that this is not about affordability, if anyone's thinking that that's what this is about, because developers are seeking to maximize their profit. So anything that's going to be built is going to be sold at the highest price point possible. Any affordable housing is typically subsidized by the government, either local or federal. And then my personal experience, I just recently moved here with my husband. I used to live in a medium density area of Chicago, in a 2-flat, and it no longer suited us. We were tired of having our neighbors come in and out. Essentially we had been looking for a little bit more privacy, open space, and a small community vibe, and we found that here. So please take a little bit more time, get the community involved, and make sure that this is being done thoughtfully, not with a broad stroke. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Betty Bogg, Nakeem McMullen, and Jim McKee.
Good evening, Chair Rogers and distinguished commissioners. My name is Betty Bogg, and I've served as the CEO of Connections for the Homeless for the last 9 years. I'm before you this evening in an effort to achieve Connections' mission of serving and catalyzing our community to end homelessness one person at a time. Last year, Connections served almost 5,000 people, and of those, 3,300 were Evanstonians struggling with housing insecurity, instability, and homelessness. It's fair to say that I have a front row seat to the housing dynamics shaping and reshaping this community, and the needs here are very, very real. I say this merely to help you believe me when I say that we are not doing enough. This community needs more support than what Connections can provide. My team is incredibly dedicated, committed, and resourceful, and they are exceptional advocates, but the truth is we are fighting a battle right now, and we are not winning. I've watched as Black and Brown residents with deep generational ties to Evanston leave because they can no longer afford skyrocketing rents. And I've watched as housing developers pass on projects because the labyrinth of zoning rules is too complex and community pushback is deafening and simply unravels potential projects by making them too costly to navigate. And if you believe me when I say that we are losing this battle, please also believe me when I say that we are not giving up, because this is a fight the community of Evanston can win. There is a historic opportunity to do something about the housing crisis gripping our city, a crisis that at its root is the result of a shortage of housing units, and bad zoning is the #1 obstacle to the development of abundant housing. Envision Evanston 2045 is not a perfect solution to Evanston's housing crisis. It's not going to solve everything on its own, but it is an essential and concrete first step to put the community on a path toward housing abundance and affordability. There is a choice facing this community. If Envision Evanston fails, if it is delayed until it is perfect, watered down until it is meaningless, the problem will only continue to grow worse. Rents will continue to go up, and vulnerable families will continue to be forced out. When the community supports Envision Evanston, which is based on the same kind of zoning changes that help places like Minneapolis stabilize rent costs over the course of a few years, we can start on that path to abundance. Supporting Envision Evanston 2045 is not just talk about appreciating diversity and believing in equity. It is the first, but definitely not final, bold and brave step to ensure that zoning policy reflects those values. Our advocacy will not end with the approval of the comprehensive plan. We must tackle head-on the issues of gentrification and displacement. We must tackle head-on the inadequacies of the current inclusionary housing ordinance and ensure that the development of more and more affordable housing is properly resourced and responsibly developed. And we must never lose sight of the vision that all of us, proponents and opponents of Envision Evanston, share, the vision of a community where housing is abundant and affordable at all levels.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Nakia McMullen, Jim McKee, and Mark Carlin.
Hello, my name is Nakia McMullen. I live in 1012 Austin in the 8th Ward, and I am here to speak in support of the zoning reforms proposed by the Envision Evanston Comprehensive Plan update. These reforms will improve housing affordability and lead to a more equitable and sustainable city. The positive effects of these reforms can be seen in cities across the country that have implemented similar reforms in support of abundant housing. I moved to Evanston last year from Florida in search of a better life for my family. And I think everyone should have the opportunity to move to this amazing community. The amazing amenities, such as the elevated rail line, which I use to get to this very meeting, will continue to attract population growth. And if we do not build enough housing for all, low-income households will continue to be displaced. Some people have questioned the need for more market rate housing, which is not affordable for working class citizens. However, new market rate housing makes housing more affordable for all, not only through the additional affordable units mandated by local inclusionary zoning laws, but by also through a concept of filtering, which frees up older units for working class families like myself. If we do not build enough housing, high income folks will simply move to older units and buy or rent and displace the citizens currently in those units. This has been the case in cities like San Francisco and Boston, where high-income folks from economic growth have displaced the working-class citizens. We do not want to be one of those cities. We need to build enough housing for the high-income folks moving here and keep the older housing stock affordable. The housing crisis is people of the Sun Belt and has been widely credited as a factor in the recent election. The shift in cities which voted Republican at unprecedented rates is widely due, in my opinion, to the housing unaffordability crisis. I believe democratic cities and states have a moral imperative to build enough housing to prevent further population loss and loss of more electoral college votes. I hope these zoning reforms are passed and more housing is added in this great community so me and my wife can continue to raise our 8-year-old daughter here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jim McKee, Mark Carlin, Liz Nelson, and I'm going to, once again, I was just going to call Jonathan Selden and Eric Peterson if they are here as well. So I'll let you go first, Mr. McKee, and then Mr. Selden after him.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Jim McKee. I own a single-family home in Evanston. Also, I'm in the business of providing rental housing, restoring, preserving, and providing rental housing. I own 5 apartment buildings here in town. Been over 30 years in the business. Most of these are very nice, affordable. I've done business with Connections for the Homeless. I try to help people out. But I'm here to tell you today that I believe in renovation whenever possible. And nothing offends me more than seeing perfectly good properties torn down and hauled off to a landfill. And the fact that this plan is going to encourage and facilitate the tear down of our beautiful, well-built, vintage single-family homes offends me to no end. The population of Evanston and the Chicago metropolitan area is shrinking. So if you say we need to expand the population of Evanston, what you're really saying is we need to fight like hell to grab a bigger piece of a shrinking pie. And to do that, we're willing to incur a huge environmental cost, throw our climate action goals out the window, start tearing down well-built, good single-family homes, haul them to a landfill, and start building new housing. We don't care about the cohesiveness or character of neighborhoods. We'll just let things sort themselves out. I just don't think that's a plan. And now I hear this theory that, if we add supply, it's going to trickle down and free up more housing at lower price points because people who can afford to move in these new construction homes that'll free up some cheaper housing. But trickle-down economics never works out. Evanston doesn't exist in a vacuum. Buyers and sellers are not limited in their choices to the city limits of Evanston. They have lots of choices in the metropolitan area of where to live, and buyers come from anywhere to buy this new construction duplex or whatever it is we're going to build. Evanston and its surrounding communities are one vast market. I understand this started in California with Gavin Newsom signing this reform bill, and California's got big problems with congestion and sprawl. And, I think people would like to see Los Angeles laid out different, and they're going to try and fix that by eliminating single-family zoning. But Evanston is already dense. Only 32% of our housing is single-family homes. 68% is already multifamily, and it's going up due to construction around town. So also the talk about how prices stabilized in Minneapolis after the reform was passed, that's not really true. If you do a little Google search, you find out lots of people are fleeing Minneapolis because of rising crime and lack of policing. And so, as demand goes down, that's going to lower price. So I don't think that this, actually Larry Gavin of the Roundtable did a whole story about affordability showing how this is not about affordability. Okay. So my other comments were directed at Mayor Biss, who isn't here, but I'll just say, he said this morning that he thinks it's immoral. Some of us want to delay this. I'll tell you what, I want to have my vote count. I want to talk to the candidates who are running for alderman in my ward, talk to them about my views, talk to my neighbors. It's going to be a big issue, and I'd like to have a say in the outcome.
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
You're welcome.
Next up, Mr. Selden. There you are. Followed by Mark Carlin, Liz Nelson, and Lee Greenberg.
Hi, I'd like to echo the lady who was two people before me that this is a and to echo Mayor Biss, this is a moral imperative. Yes, Evanston is dense, but how much of that density is, much older housing stock that was built before the zoning code came into play? Zoning and this comprehensive plan, I know technically they're supposed to be separate discussions, but I would like my comments to echo for the future zoning thing, if that's possible. But Evanston has demand. As the speaker before me said, supply and demand plays a fact. As we've seen in San Francisco during the pandemic, demand went down, prices went down. In Minneapolis, when supply went up, prices went down. So Evanston has amenities that people want to be here and live here. We're a city. It's a city of Evanston, not hamlet, not village, city of Evanston. And the city of Evanston is a place that, we want to welcome new people. We don't want to be gatekeepers to say that somebody has to go through all this red tape to just get, an ADU or a 4-flat to be a new neighbor. When we talk of, and Evanston is a place that values environmental sustainability on a per capita basis, more dense housing is better for the environment. Yes, we need to expand transit, and this comprehensive plan does that. Could it be is it perfect? No, but it's a step in the right direction for the future of the city and the future and the future of the planet overall, and Evanston's part in that. I also want to echo that, we can't. Yes, the human and cost of construction is annoying. Yes, traffic can be a pain, but at the same time, why should we, as neighbors, deny a future Evanstonian's right to live here for market rate or affordable rate, just because we don't want just because we're a little inconvenienced? I think that's a bit of a cop out. So I think we should fully move forward on this plan, full steam ahead. This is a revolutionary plan. And people, the Governor Pritzker said we are currently living with outdated laws that are holding us back, and people are fleeing the state. A lot of reasons because of the prohibitive high costs. And I think, to echo Pritzker's plan, we need to, remove some of these onerous laws and move forward with a revolutionary, comprehensive plan. Go Evanston 2045.
Next up, I have Mark Carlin, Liz Nelson, Lee Greenberg, and I'll call again for Eric Peterson, who was one of the first speakers that I haven't seen yet. Mr. Carlin, floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm Mark Carlin. I live at 442 Elmwood. I want to rebut an argument that has been made at hearings on the Envision Evanston 2045 zoning reform that proposed changes will increase the rate that rents rise. Take the case of New Rochelle, New York. I want to quote from the preface to a November 13th, 2024 Pew Charitable Trust article, quote, as mayor of New Rochelle from 2006 to 2023, Noah Bramson presided over major zoning reform that added thousands of apartments to the city, which lies about 20 miles north of Manhattan. Research by the Pew Charitable Trust found that from 2017 through 2021, New Rochelle added housing at more than double the rate of the U.S. and saw rents rise just 7% from 2017 to 2023, at a time when rents rose 31% in the U.S. as a whole. The former Mayor Bramson noted, quote, the increase in public revenue from the properties where new development is located has been dramatic. Evanston could certainly use such revenue. Is New Rochelle a comparable city to Evanston? Consider the following statistics, which are approximate. New Rochelle has a population of about 80,000. It has a $150,000 mean income. It is about a 40-minute train ride from New York City. It has a 10.6 poverty rate. Consider Evanston with a population of around 75,000. It has a $96,000 mean income. It is 30 to 55 minutes to downtown, depending upon which metro train you take. It has an 11.6% poverty rate. Can you find a more comparable case study for Evanston as far as zoning reform goes? I doubt it. I should note that and this is in conclusion, an Evanston Now article in December had a chart that showed that rents rose in Evanston 50% during the period from 2017 to 2024. Unfortunately, market forces cannot end skyrocketing rents. Indeed, they have only exacerbated the problem. Thank you.
Next up is Liz Nelson, Lee Greenberg, again, Eric Peterson, and then Sarah Peterson.
Good evening. My name is Liz Nelson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sue Lillebeck, Director of Advocacy at Connections for Homeless, who could not be here tonight. Over the last few months, you have been bombarded with data and speculation about the impacts of the zoning changes proposed in drafts of the Comprehensive Plan and Zoning Code. For every report or opinion in favor of zoning reform, you can find arguments for and against. One thing we're not hearing about, however, is the impact of maintaining the status quo of not reforming the zoning code. And we know a lot about that from past experience. Some people are doing very well in the current state. Many others are not. This is why we are advocating for change. If we don't make changes, luxury developers will continue to be the primary builders of new housing. If we don't reform our processes, affordable developers will continue to avoid Evanston or be forced to make their buildings smaller and less impactful. If we can't build more affordable housing, the displacement of our Black and low-income residents are imminent. And if we don't make it feasible to build, the missing middle housing will continue to be missing. Current zoning prohibits the kind of buildings we need. Reform will allow for this, but reform is only the beginning. We also need the following: a displacement prevention strategy, updates to rules around the Affordable Housing Fund, elimination of the 3 unrelated rule, requirements to increase the diversity among the land use commissioners, and affordable housing plan with specific strategies and goals. The comprehensive plan lays out the vision for ensuring that Evanston provides housing for people at all levels of income. We hope you will recommend its passage. We look forward to seeing the city's strategic housing plan and your ongoing discussion of the new zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Lee Greenberg, Sarah Peterson, and Lori Keenan.
Good evening. My name is Lee Greenberg. I live at 2207 Orrington. I'm an architect working in both commercial, multifamily, and single-family architecture and development. I didn't bring a group as big as them, so I apologize for that. Most of my comments are based on the changes to the zoning code, and so I'll leave some of those for a later meeting. There have been some really excellent comments previously, which I'll do my best not to repeat, but what my point is here today is I'm certainly in favor of setting forth a resilient and effective plan for a better future. I'm certainly not opposed to reworking the zoning ordinance as well, but coupling the Envision Evanston plan with the zoning changes is a misstep. To me, this feels forced. It feels rushed. We're tying these two things together that should be well thought out and not entirely independent, but one should certainly come before the other. The well thought out comprehensive land use plan is vital for our future. It sets forth resiliency, climate action, transportation, housing equity, etc. But this comprehensive plan should be the driver for those proposed changes. They should not be set together. They do not need to be hand in hand at the same time. I don't believe there's enough time to do them at the same time, and I do believe we should be there should be more discourse about making sure the comprehensive plan is working for everyone before we move on to what the zoning changes could be. Thanks.
Next up, I have Sarah Peterson, Lori Keenan, Scott Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Peterson, and I am a single-family homeowner in the 6th Ward, and I live, work, and send my children to school here in Evanston. I'm grateful the city is being intentional in considering the long-term plan for Evanston. I've been receiving many emails throughout the year from the city. It feels like every city email has mentioned something about Envision Evanston 2045, and I've participated in whatever ways I could, whether virtually or in person when possible. The comprehensive plan is important as the problems of our current housing crisis, lack of affordability and accessibility of housing, and unequal rates of homeownership by race and community segregation were created with decades of policies and practices that created the built environment that is in our city that we live in today. And these long-term problems will not be solved with one simple solution, but require a comprehensive approach. We need bold, inclusive zoning reform to make affordable housing development in our city possible. And we need clear, affordable housing policies that prevent the displacement of long-term residents. And I agree with many of the policy set forward just now by Sue Lolbeck in that group's conversation. We need more housing options and choices in Evanston that helps us to maintain and grow the multiple racial, economic, cultural, and life stage diversities that help our city to thrive. Zoning reform and a comprehensive plan will pave the way for a variety of housing options to be built and increase the tax base to stabilize property taxes for all of us, providing relief for long-term residents being priced out of our community due to rising taxes. We also need to advance the affordable housing strategies and strong tenant protections. I heard someone early on mention something about the first right of refusal, and that was something we actually advocated for in the residential landlord tenant over the last 2 years. So we have been talking about these different issues, and I think it takes many parts of the government working together to make these strong policies and updates. And I don't want to throw out something like this comprehensive plan and zoning plan because there are more pieces needed. I think we need to add more policies that are going to make it better for all of us. I hope we as a community can come together and make the necessary adjustments and additions to proposed plans to make them work for more of our neighbors, not to leave anybody out. The character of our beloved Evanston is already changing, as so many of us are being priced out. I know in my neighborhood in the 6th Ward, every home that I found sold on my block in the last 10, 15 years that I've lived here, it feels like they're all being torn down already. And what's going up? Big mansions. And I look at them, there's one being built right across my house. 3 families could live there. So let's be brave, embracing zoning and comprehensive updates, affordable housing places, and a comprehensive plan that gives all of us more options for our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Next speaker I have is Lori Keenan, followed by Scott Roberts and Alf McConnell.
Thank you all for volunteering your time and your professional expertise to be on this commission. I know what an absolutely thankless task this can be, and I applaud your service. I've often said the brilliant Evanstonians I've worked with on various initiatives in town could run a small nation, and you are no exception, so thank you. I know that the recommendations of boards and commissions in town are often summarily disregarded and that your good counsel often goes unheeded. I understand how frustrating that can be. I've known entire committees to resign in protest over what they've witnessed, as was the case with the Ethics Committee a few years back. In fact, a close friend of mine and former colleague of yours stepped down from this very commission. But I'm here tonight despite my cardiologist's recommendation and my own promise to myself that I would never stand at this lectern again. after spending years of my life in Evanston fighting for the things that were important to me and to our community, things that I and others believed in passionately. For those of you who don't know, I ran against Daniel Biss in the last mayoral election, knowing full well that I wouldn't likely win against a career politician who had most recently run for governor, but wanting to enlighten Evanston about who Biss truly was and why he would be bad for our community. The rushed agenda surrounding the comprehensive plan and simultaneous zoning changes before you are a case in point. I have never seen Daniel Biss speak at this podium until I watched him address you at a recent meeting imploring you to accept this plan. In fact, it's an open secret that there's a breakneck pace to get this passed before the election. We should ask ourselves why. Much of what is being touted, and even an event here earlier tonight, are in the name of quote-unquote affordable housing, yet the plan itself includes no such language, none. As Perry L. Davis, candidate for the 7th Ward Council seat, said in a recent essay in the Roundtable, if there is one thing Evanston leaders are good at, it's clothing a mercenary agenda in progressive disguise. The debate over Envision Evanston 2045, the city's overhaul of its comprehensive plan and zoning code, stands as a prime example. Touted as a measure that will create more affordable housing, it will actually make it easier for developers to do what they want, regardless of community impact. We were told by Biss and others that those changes will be made in the future and that it would be immoral to delay the process of passing this plan. Immoral. Well, to me, that seems very much pot kettle from a guy who literally convinced others against voting for a teacher's pension, saying, and I quote, as a matter of politics, I can get away with offending state employees, saying also, I don't mean to sound crass, and later admitting his remarks regarding pension benefits were kind of a slimy thing to say. These are political calculations that were not only controversial, but ultimately deemed unconstitutional. Political calculations. This is who Biss is, and this is why he is rushing this process and forcing you to advance a proposal that you probably know as professionals isn't right. This is what political expediency looks like.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
A recent roundtable article states significantly the proposed zoning changes do not require developers to build any housing that is affordable to low and moderate income households. And the proposed zoning provides no incentives to do so. It's counting on trickle-down economics. It's counting on building bigger properties that wealthier people can move into in the hope that they will take the smaller properties and divide them for affordable housing. Well, that isn't what happens. What happens is a developer takes a $500,000 house on Harrison, tears it down, and builds two $1.6 million homes that he sells at a great profit. So I ask you
to wrap up, please.
Yeah, I will. And I ask you to please don't rush this process. Take the time and get the information that you need to make a well-informed decision. Thank you again for your time.
Real quickly, Ms. Williams, if you could come up. Yeah. No. If you could come up to the dais for a second. Thank you. Next up, I have Scott Roberts, Alf McConnell, and Luke Harris Ferry.
Thanks for having this. I'm just a normal citizen. I'm not part of anything, but I'm a single home owner in an R1 district along with my wife. We've lived in Evanston for 24 years. We've lived in a variety of different housing, from rental to condo to now, luckily, in a single home in a great neighborhood. I want to echo a lot of the statements in favor of increasing diversity of ownership and this plan, which is, people say it's not perfect, and then I've heard people say, well, wait, and why don't you get it perfect? Our current situation is not perfect, and it's much less perfect. So this is closer to, I think, what Evanston needs. I live in an R1 district, which many of the homes around me could not be built in current zoning. And it's a wonderful mix. And we have lower income people on my block, along with mansions. And my unit itself couldn't have been built. It was built, I think historically, Evanston has been much more mixed, where my unit was created by Daniel Burnham over 130 years ago as a duplex for rental unit. So I think that it's not this cut and dry evil versus good about zoning, that everything's going to come in and wipe everything out. I think that is, to me, what Evanston is about this mix. And I think that nationally it's been accepted that zoning reform is one of the key parts to increasing affordability of housing. It also will hopefully help our problems with paying for our schools, which is an increasingly serious issue where we don't have enough younger families bringing their children, and we're decreasing the amount of students in our schools and creating more of a widespread crisis. Thank you.
Roberts. Next up, I have Alf McConnell, Luke Harris Ferree, and then Roger Williams and Pat Savage Williams.
My name is Alf McConnell. I live in the 7th Ward. I'm a developer of affordable housing, having developed 2 such projects that received national recognition for quality. I can appreciate Mayor Biss and the City Council members' my efforts to create affordable housing, but this is not the way to do it. Eliminating R1 zoning is not the way to create affordable housing. You can only develop affordable housing in any sort of quantities by building mid-rise buildings. Only those type of buildings will receive the Section 42 financing under the IRS department to make such affordable housing possible. The mid-rise buildings also are the only large quantities, say over 25, 50 units. Can you attract quality management, quality property management to manage affordable housing as well as multifamily housing generally? The problem with the 4-unit buildings for affordable housing is that they don't have the economies of scale that a larger building has. It becomes too expensive, and it's also not financeable. I am concerned with this report that I've heard about that the city had commissioned, and it seems to me any ethical consultant would not have written a report that says that changing the R1 zoning to an R2 or R3 zoning is going to create affordable housing. It's not going to happen. As far as growth goes, growth is not necessarily desirable. In Colorado, when they were looking at the 1976 Olympics, in 1970, when it was Colorado was voted to hold those Olympics, the residents later turned it down because they didn't want that sort of growth. And it seems to me particularly unfair to the single-family homeowners in Evanston who have bought their homes here, their largest investment, thinking this is the neighborhood that they were going to be living in. And then to radically change that to multifamily housing is unfair. In fact, I would be willing to donate my time, money, and effort and expertise to helping Evanston develop multifamily, affordable housing in the right location, but I would not be involved if Evanston is going to pass this new zoning law.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Next up, I have Luke Harris Ferry, Roger Williams, Pat Savage Williams, and I'll call for Eric Peterson one last time.
Hello, I'm Pastor Luke Harris Ferry. I serve at Grace Lutheran Church in South Evanston, and I am a renter in Evanston, which we don't get postcards about this event, so somehow I knew that it was happening because it's been in all sorts of emails. So I'm here to speak in favor of the comprehensive plan because as a person of faith, I believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every person, especially their access to live where they want and to have access to safe and affordable housing and in a future in their community. As many have stated, the comprehensive plan does not automatically create affordable housing in Evanston, and that is true. And honestly, I wish the plan went further, but it's a start, and it's what we need, a start. The status quo of our piecemeal zoning and city planning has not served all Evanstonians and has largely only served those who have the most privilege in our city. We can't continue to piecemeal or delay our way out of this crisis, which is happening now. And those suggesting delays hold the most privilege, and the burden of delaying this crisis any further will be placed on the most vulnerable in our city, or those who have already moved away, or the young children who will inherit this city that we give them and its environment. I've been concerned hearing folks discuss the fabric of their communities and their property values and the extreme focus on 4 flats. All of this language is coded for, we want to maintain the status quo because it has been serving us and it will continue to serve the segregation in Evanston. So do our property values truly mean more than our neighbors' accessibility to affordable housing? The right to housing should not be something that we profit off of, especially when our neighbors can no longer live in the city they grew up in or move to the city that they work in. And we should also be focusing on making this an environment where we want our children to live and breathe the air that we're creating. And so many of these changes that the comprehensive plan suggests, it will take time. It will take years. It's not going to happen overnight. It's Envision Evanston 2045. It's looking to the future to fix the problems that we have endured. So 4 flats won't magically spring up out of the ground. Your property values won't magically plummet. And in fact, this will open up more opportunities. My congregation has a parking lot that sits empty most of the week. For years, they have looked into doing something with that parking lot for affordable housing, and it has not been feasible under the current zoning laws. But in the future, if these zoning codes were to change, we would have more possibilities of what to do with that parking lot. So the positives outweigh the fears. If we can just open ourselves up to change and put in the work to make this community as diverse as we say we value. The crisis can no longer be delayed as it is happening now and affecting real people now. So I encourage you to support the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speakers I have are Roger Williams, Pat Savage Williams, and Michael Zimmer.
Yeah, my name is Roger Williams, and I'm a realtor in Evanston, and I live in Skevinston. I have some interesting statistics. The median price for a single-family detached home in Evanston is $722,000. The average price is $824,000. The median price for a single-family attached home, i.e. duplex, triplex, fourplex, and condo, is $310,000. The average price is $345. Now, the median income for black people in Evanston is $55,110. According to the article in the Evanston Now, a median income black family would not be able to afford a median price home anywhere in Evanston. So, a city that prides itself so much on being diverse is becoming less and less diverse, actually more like Wilmette or Winnetka. Evanston's black population is decreasing each year because of the non-affordability of housing in Evanston. I support the comprehensive plan. I also support legalizing 4-unit buildings throughout all Evanston's residential zones. This is the first step toward increasing the supply of affordable housing. However, Building market rate homes and increasing the variety of market rate homes by itself won't make homes more affordable. But modifying the inclusive housing ordinance to set aside 1 out of 4 units in a 4-unit building for a moderate income household, that is for those who earn $41,000 to $64,000 per year, and then allowing the remaining 3 units to be sold at market rate would make the housing affordable. By doing this, you will increase the supply of housing without causing displacement of residents in some neighborhoods. It would also convert some all-white neighborhoods into truly diverse neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Pat Savage Williams, followed by Michael Zimmer, and then Mary Rosinski.
Bring this down a bit. I'm Pat Savage Williams. I also live in Evanston. And I am connected with Evanston Township High School. I'm a member of Second Baptist Church. Roger and I have lived in this community for over 40 years. And I just have some just brief comments. I support the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive and zoning plan code should be recommended by the City Council without any further delay. I understand, after hearing so many speakers this evening and thinking and reading about this so much, that this plan won't solve all of the issues. I understand that the issues are complicated and nuanced, which is not unusual given our community. But it will be a beginning toward steps to provide more affordable housing throughout all of Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Zimmer, followed by Mary Rosinski and Bonnie Wilson.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Zimmer, and my family and I live on Sheridan Place in a historic landmark home. It's part of a national historic district, but not a local preservation district. Now, I couldn't have told you what that meant a couple months ago, but why that's important is that despite the fact that to make even minor changes to our home, we're required to undergo a substantial review and approval process from the Evanston Preservation Commission. It turns out that any developer around us can build whatever they want with no review at all from the Preservation Commission. And in my family's case, that's exactly what happened. An out-of-town developer has built on a small subdivided lot a 35-foot tall home, the largest possible square footage, closer at a few points than 5 feet from our property line. It's got to be about 9,000 square feet for a retired couple with no kids. Now, let me tell you, this thing is not affordable. For us, there was absolutely no protection from this ahistorical, out-of-scale development that deeply and irrevocably impacts the architectural context of our landmark home and our street. What's even crazier is if and when my family proposed substantive changes to our home in response to this totally unreviewed development, the commission will send a postcard to our neighbors who we had no power of review over, and they get to come and dispute and potentially derail our changes that would be in response to try to get back our privacy. This is so clearly unfair, and it calls into question the basic legitimacy of the Preservation Ordinance and the Preservation Commission. And how this relates is that the comprehensive plan doesn't substantively address preservation in any meaningful way, and definitely not in ways that protect existing homeowners in Evanston. In fact, the Preservation Commission apparently hasn't at all considered how they might provide any reciprocity or equal protection to existing landmark homeowners, even in the face of this more aggressive change that they know is coming. But there are over 400 landmark homes in this exact situation, and this is increasingly likely to repeat itself all over the city. Now, I urge for you all to push for the comprehensive plan to be genuinely comprehensive and to advocate that the approval of any zoning changes be contingent on substantial revisions in the preservation ordinance. The city's Sarah Flax made a claim in a recent meeting at the 7th Ward that zoning and preservation each stand alone. They don't actually connect. That it rings so obviously hollow that, because in reality, the zoning code changes will clearly accelerate the weakening of what is already a patchwork, superficial regime of preservation. Sorry, I'll finish up, I promise. The Preservation Commission themselves believe these zoning changes will likely destabilize neighborhoods across the city. You can help stop that. The comprehensive plan should be an opportunity to make zoning and preservation work better together. And a refreshing part of that might be providing existing homeowners reciprocity and fairness. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mary Rosinski, followed by Bonnie Wilson and Peter Kelly.
Hi, thank you, Mary Rosinski. I've changed a lot of what I've said and crossed out, but I know this is, you'd like us to speak to the comprehensive plan. And had we stayed with the original RFP, which was for a strategic plan and an RF and a comprehensive plan, we wouldn't have intertwined this so messily with zoning. So I don't know how we can really separate the two. And then for Mayor Biss to, in July, add, as we all know, referral to do away with R1 zoning, complicates everything. I mean, it is a holy mess right now, what everyone's being forced to deal with. And I think we need to address that and say, let's stop. The comprehensive plan, the people in this city are so thoughtful and generous and care, and we want affordable housing. But this doesn't mean you take off the lids of all zoning and turn it over to developers. Now, I'm going to put on my real estate hat and say, working in real estate, the gentleman earlier spoke about how rents had risen. The rents that rose were all the new construction. The new construction rents are renting close to anywhere from $3 to $3.50 a square foot. Your existing units, the older mom and pops, the smaller 610 unit buildings, are renting between $1.80 and $2.20 a square foot. So we need to address that to figure out how we're going to bring these two together to create what people in this city want is affordable housing. But you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater because you want to do that. And you guys have this responsibility to be looking at how do we have a comprehensive plan. And affordable housing is one element in it. The other thing I'm going to speak to is the fact that the comprehensive plan for the Parks and Rec Department we haven't even talked about strategic plan yet. And we haven't talked with the consultants in, completion as they gave up their draft about what that means for the city. So when we move this along, the Parks and Rec needs to have their recommendations, and we can't make recommendations because we don't have the strategic plan yet. And Sarah Flax started this whole thing out with saying, this is about affordable housing, and now it's pivoted to this is about preventing economic segregation. Because the reality is the new construction without a plan, without affordable housing building, without a commitment from our city to invest in affordable housing is going to be relying on market rate capitalistic real estate developers and investors to create affordable housing. And guys, it doesn't happen. And so I think we need to step that back, take that out of it. The affordable housing we need, let's plan for it. I think we need to have a real affordable housing meeting forum. And I have found a national affordable housing guy who will come and talk too. So that's why we need to stop. This plan is half-baked so far.
Thank you, Ms. Wazinski. Next up, I have Bonnie Wilson, Peter Kelly, and Melissa Abbott.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bonnie Wilson. I live in the First Ward. As I'm a member of the Committee of Joining Forces for Affordable Housing, which is a committee of connections for the homeless, and a real estate agent for the last 40 years of Evanston. And I understand personally about the importance of having more affordable housing in Evanston. And one way to have more affordable housing is I'm going to discuss it in 2 weeks about zoning codes, about 3 unrelated people. But I'm going to wait and discuss that in 2 weeks, did you say that they're going to talk about zoning codes? Okay, so I just want to say to the candidates, all the candidates that are running for the city council, that I hope they're all attending this land use committee meetings to hear the public comments on Envision 2045. And I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next up, I have Peter Kelly, followed by Melissa Appett and Virginia Ayers.
Envision Evanston was a feel-good process that afforded Evanstonians an opportunity to express their hopes for the future of the city. It was intended that the comprehensive general plan would reflect those desires, but in several important respects, there's a significant disconnect between the draft comprehensive plan and the community's views. I will focus on only one of those disconnects. In well-attended December 3rd and January 7th meeting, downtown residents expressed surprise and dismay about the passage on page 29 of the plan that states there should be a lot of tall buildings in the central downtown area. As one resident observed to the applause from the rest, in the 80 Envision meetings that the city talks about, no one asked for more high-rises. This pro-developer passage is all the more troubling because features of the draft ordinance and map essentially turn D3 into the dominant downtown zone. Moreover, that's the zone that has no maximum height limit that would permit buildings of well over 100 feet in height as a matter of right. Finally, these drafts will free developments in the old RP zone from constraints of the special rules that currently apply to the Research Triangle. Without changes conforming to residents' reasonable expectations, this commission will be obligated by the new comprehensive general plan to tip the scales in favor of large high-rises. Downtown will have to absorb some increased density, but unfettered growth of buildings of 150, 200, or 300 feet are not the answer. The impact on our neighborhood will be too great. And downtown is important to all of Evanston. It should continue to reflect structures that have human dimensions and natural light. The impact of too many tall buildings can be seen in Rosemont, in downtown Chicago, and the common experience of driving or walking northbound over the 7 blocks of Sheridan Road from the Hollywood Hill Lakeshore Drive exit. You can see the canyon effect, the darkness, and the unbroken tall building. After last night's meeting with the developer planning a 301-foot, 27-story rental building on Clark and Maple, the downtown residents are even more concerned. It may already be too late to reverse this trend. That developer explained its right to build that high has already been confirmed by city staff, and the entitlement does not require city approval because the developer intends to proceed based upon an amendment to an existing plan development agreement, which does not require further city deliberation.
Mr. Kelly, I'm going to ask you to please.
If that's true, then please ask the city to advise whether there are other parcels in the city that have that inchoate right that they could bypass public input. I had requested a continuance because that first meeting I referred to took place after your meeting. I no longer need that continuance and waive it.
All right, thank you. My next speaker is Melissa Appett, Virginia Ayers, and Abigail Stone.
Yes, my name is Melissa Appelt, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Interfaith Action of Evanston's Advocacy Committee. As you may know, faith communities of all kinds share a commitment to caring for people experiencing hard times. This is especially true for the ongoing challenges of housing and hunger. Every day in faith community soup kitchens and each month at the Produce Mobile, we see the impact of housing costs that are too high. We see folks from Evanston's nearly 9,000 people living at or below the poverty level who struggle to pay rent and put food on the table. For years, we've witnessed zoning regulations and processes that favor homeowners rather than solving the challenges of housing people. This is true not only in Evanston, but across the country. The nationwide housing crisis is a consequence of this pattern. We understand the anxiety engendered by change and also the continued damage of doing nothing. We were so excited and proud that Evanston decided to take on the challenge. We heartily support the housing goals of the proposed comprehensive plan. And we urge you to seize the opportunity, use the collective wisdom found on this commission, and recommend solutions to the issues at hand. Please find the path that we can all support. It's a delicate balance for sure, but I'm confident you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Appelt. The next speaker I have is Virginia Ayers, followed by Abigail Stone and Mary Beth Schroeder.
My name is Virginia Ayers. I've been a resident of Evanston since 1969. I currently live in my own home in the 9th Ward. Reading and studying the vision statement for Envision Evanston 2045, especially the statement that states extensive housing options make living in Evanston safe and attainable, had me reflect upon my career at Evanston Township High School. I started in 1977 as a library aide, now called paraprofessional, at a salary of approximately $6,000 per year. I was not the primary earner in my family, so I could take this low-paying but very rewarding job. With 2 salaries, we could afford to rent and later own a home. I advanced through the years to become a professional educator and finally the department chair of the Library and Media Department. I supervised a staff of both professionals and paraprofessionals. The latter worked very closely with students and often formed strong relationships with them, particularly for students for whom school was difficult. Many of these staff members could not afford housing in Evanston, either rental or home ownership. So, because they were not residents, they couldn't go skating at Robert Crown, they couldn't swim at our Evanston beaches, and they couldn't enjoy our parks and recreation programs. Those who had children could not enroll them in the very schools where they worked. I don't think this situation has changed much since then. In fact, I think it's even harder for people to find affordable housing in Evanston. This needs to change. The very people who educate our children, who care for our senior citizens, who nurse us in the hospitals, should be able to live with us as our neighbors and friends. To include all who wish to live here should be the goal for Envision Evanston 2045. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Next speaker I have is Abigail Stone, Mary Beth Schroeder, and Naomi Abiaton. I'm hoping I pronounced that correctly. Is Ms. Stone here? Not seeing her. Ms. Schroeder, if you're up next.
My name's Mary Beth Schroeder. I live at 2734 Asbury in an R1 district where I've lived for 33 years. I don't live there alone, even though I'm a widow. I live with my grandchildren, 2 grandchildren and their mother. It is delightful to live with teenagers again, as you can all imagine. No, most of the time it is. But the reason they live with me is because, surprise, Evanston has an affordable housing crisis. My not daughter-in-law, but the mother of my grandchildren, is a hard-working, wonderful preschool teacher, the preschool teacher you would want your children to have. at Reba Early Learning Center. But with her salary, there is literally not a single place in Evanston that she and her children could afford. There's no reason they shouldn't be able to live here, but they can't live in the community that she works unless they live with me. I'm not going to be able to keep that house forever. It's a crisis that goes on. And they are just one family in a gazillion families in Evanston who need affordable housing. The comprehensive plan begins to address the need for affordable housing and some solutions. It is obviously not the entire solution. As others have said, we need improvements to the inclusionary housing ordinance. We need the zoning changes. We need a better use of the Affordable Housing Fund, but it is a start. In my professional life, before I retired, I worked for Evanston Community Foundation and ran Leadership Evanston. And since 1999, I have literally been in at least 200 meetings where or facilitated them, where people get to talk about what they think the biggest issue of Evanston is. And since 1999, guess what? Number one has perpetually been affordable housing. And in all that time, I've served on a million committees. We have done kind of nothing because we always get to this point where what is proposed and the solution that is proposed is just not perfect. We haven't spent enough time on talking about it or thinking about it. We will never find perfection. If there was perfection, we'd all live in a perfect world. We have to work with real possible solutions and begin to address the issue that has been brewing for at least 26 years and is now at crisis point. Thank you so much for your service to Evanston.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. Next up, I have Naomi Abiaton, Olin Wilson Thomas, and Gail Kemp. Okay, I'm going to go. I saw Olin was here earlier. Is he still here? Yep. If you want to go ahead and come up, I'll take your comments next, followed by Gail Kemp and then David Galloway.
Good evening. A quick disclosure. While I am a member of the Environment Board, all opinions in this comment tonight are my own. So, to start, I'd like to share some statistics. From February 2015 to October 2024, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Evanston increased by 57%, according to the website RentHop. Of all of this, while overall inflation increased by about 30%, according to U.S. inflation calculator. And the real kicker is that median household income in Evanston only increased by 20% in the same time period, according to U.S. News and World Report. While some of this is due to market conditions, this is also due in large part to Evanston prohibiting anything more than a single-family home on most lots. Speaking from personal experience, one of my best friends had to move last year because his family could no longer afford to live in this city. His school, his neighborhood, his friends, all of that had to be left behind. And we've heard from many about the even more egregious effects that lack affordable housing can have. These are real-world consequences of our inaction as a city. Every day that we put this plan off is another day that families go without an affordable place to live. Every day that we put this plan off is another day that families will have to consider moving because they can't afford to raise their kids here. This is real and this is happening now. One thing I have noticed across the aisle, and there seems to be a communal hate of greedy developers. I think we can all agree that it isn't in our community's best interest to have our rent money shipped to an offshore BlackRock bank account. So I say, let's mandate and regulate the HE double hockey sticks off these developers. Let's mandate affordable housing. Let's regulate rent increases each year. So there's so much that we can do. Some will say that this will scare off developers, but I believe that they'll still come. As long as Evanston continues to be the amazing place it is, people will want to live here. And as long as people are still wanting to live here, developers will follow. It's time we stop allowing developers to treat housing as purely a tradable commodity, as an investment meant to appreciate. Housing is a human right, first and foremost, and any attempt to keep housing unaffordable should be viewed as an attack on a basic right. Now, those who oppose the plan are asking to hold off the vote until the plan becomes a silver bullet, liked by all and disputed by none. This will never happen, and that's the point. Don't be fooled by the veiled concerns. Half of the people in this room want to kill the zoning reform or only have it passed once it essentially becomes a copy of the old plan. And I hope that this commission won't let that happen. I support this plan and hope that even more affordable housing provisions will be added. But even in its current form, I think this plan should be voted on immediately. We desperately need a new zoning code on the books. The most negatively affected by Evanston's current inequitable zoning code deserve better, and they deserve it now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Gail Kemp, followed by David Galloway and Linda Brennan Easter.
Hello, my name is Gail Kemp. I'm a resident in the 3rd Ward on Judson Avenue. I'm a voter, a taxpayer, and a citizen. I'm also very involved. I moved here in June of 2023, a year and a half ago. And at that point in time, Envision Evanston was already in the works. I made it my business to get involved, to figure out what was going on, and to attend meetings, to fill out surveys, and to do my darndest to make sure that my voice was heard in a democratic system like we have. So when I hear people complaining about not having enough time, that it's too late, that we're rushing this, I say hogwash. I say that is a distraction, it is dishonest, and frankly smells badly of dog whistles. I am one of those privileged people who has white skin, and that means that I have a lot of privileges that people of color, like my grandson, do not enjoy. One of those is being able to move to Evanston and buy a condo here. If I can get involved, if I can read the Envision plan, if I can do that, in the few months that I've lived here, I think that people who've lived here for 30 years can do the same. And to say that you all have the obligation to go door to door and to get their personal opinions is insane. It's not how it works. We are citizens. We have a responsibility to get involved. And I would like to think that the 6 points that the comprehensive plan lays out in the first few pages, which does include lots of things, including increase housing diversity. Now, people have talked about, we're gonna have crime. Oh, I'm gonna have to give up my house because there's gonna be a four unit next to me. Oh, so sorry, not sorry. One woman came up here and said, I feel hurt that most people have not been engaged in this process. And frankly, to the woman who said that, I feel hurt. I feel hurt that you have the audacity to come up here and say, as a white woman, that somebody didn't knock on your door and ask for your personal opinion. Take the responsibility, use your privilege to good, and do what's right for this community. For all the Black Lives Matter signs that I see all over this town, and I'm thankful for that, I ask that your actions follow your words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is David Galloway, followed by Linda Brennan Easter and Dan Lev.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Galloway. I've been a resident of Evanston since 1983, a practicing architect since 1978, and since my move to Evanston, I have consistently been involved in various civic matters as it relates to design and planning. I have reviewed the current comprehensive plan and the diagnostic zoning report and current zoning documents and maps, as well as many other recently generated comprehensive plans from other neighboring cities, in fact, cities across the country. I believe that the current comprehensive plan is basically a failed document and that the process to get to resulting zoning is a faulty one. My comments will concentrate on the comprehensive plan chapters such as the introduction, land use strategy, land use and housing, since those are areas that I feel I'm most qualified to address, and many other individuals I believe are adequately addressing the other chapters. In the introduction, I strongly believe that the vision statement and all the subsequent categorical vision statements are very appropriate, very laudable, and they are also statements that you will find in most any comprehensive plan generated recently or even in past decades. In regards to future land use strategy and land use, these sections frequently employ too much jargon. The main themes in Chapter 1 and the policies and actions in Chapter 2, while laudable, can apply to any current town or city. Can these not specifically be more referenced to Evanston? Terms such as neighborhood center, mixed-use corridors, mixed-use centers, downtown centers need further description, identification, and reference to our city. More graphics and maps are typically needed to better understand these text references, and photographs of reference types of urban areas should be of representative Evanston areas, not Adobe stock photos. There also seems to be an overemphasis on the development of corridors and centers at the neglect of vacant and underutilized properties, rail transit node areas, otherwise referred to as mixed-use centers sometimes, which are relatively unique to Evanston and highly enviable by other cities, and also areas adjacent to schools and institutions, which frequently are hubs for surrounding neighborhoods. In regards to the housing, the current housing chapter has extensive data and housing statistics and puts forward comprehensive goals and strategies for addressing the current housing shortage. Nevertheless, it avoids referencing what is typically referred to in most comprehensive plans as the missing middle housing. Missing middle housing is defined as a range of small-scale multi-housing types that span the chasm between single-family detached homes and mid to high-rise apartment buildings. Such housing types include ADUs, townhomes, double homes, various duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and other buildings that are very adequately described and delineated in many comprehensive plans, but not ours.
Mr. Galloway, I'm going to ask you to please wrap up.
While we are missing middle housing, the comprehensive plan is also missing a process wherein it investigates how specifically we can address and provide the appropriate kinds of housing in each respective neighborhood, streetscape, and ward. What may be appropriate to be addressed in one area may not be appropriate in another. And examples need to be designed, even more than just the massing studies that have previously been done by Patrick O'Connor. I believe that there needs to be schematic designs that can be put forward to better communicate what is possible, to garner support among the citizens, and to further facilitate the expeditious construction of those kinds of projects.
Thank you. Next speaker is Linda Brennan Easter, followed by Dan Lev and Julia Forgash. Linda Brennan is gone. Okay, Dan Lev and Julia Forgash. And can you get me the next sign-up sheet, please?
All right. My name is Dan Lev, and my family's at the corner of Gray and Grant. I'm here to say that the proposed comprehensive plan is good, and this council should adopt it or recommend adoption to the city council. The top line aspirational goals, as listed at the outset of the plan, fostering healthy community, strengthening the local economy, prioritizing environmental sustainability, investment in transit options, increasing the housing diversity. These are all laudable goals for a comp plan for a city. I endorse them. The comp plan's land use map offers a strong vision for how Evanston can gradually and sustainably grow over the next 2 decades. I think that's necessary. A city is not set in amber. It needs to evolve gradually over time. A city that isn't growing or evolving is either because it's economically depressed or because it's prospering so much that they don't want any change, a la Winnetka or Kenilworth. I think the increases in the density called for by the comprehensive plan will serve to strengthen the local economy, maintain the school district at a time where District 65 is decreasing population. We drastically need an influx of new families and new youth to populate our schools. Slow the rate of housing costs and make Evanston a more prosperous place for everyone to live. A point on the cost of housing, as has been mentioned many times, the demand to live in Evanston is very high. These changes called for in the comprehensive plan will serve to increase the supply of housing to help meet that demand. As has been mentioned already, there's been much concern about developers coming in and building knocking down homes and building in new ones at more density. That's happening right now. On Grant Street, I saw for the first time in my neighborhood a house that went on sale for about $360,000. A woman who had lived there for over 50 years had made few changes to her home. A nice classic bungalow, a classic Evanston house, as many of us would like to buy as a starter home. It was one of two options can happen. In this case, a developer bought it, kept the bungalow style, preserved it, did not knock it down, and made renovations and just recently flipped it within about 6 months, now selling for $720,000. So, okay, there's your preservation. Other option, knock it down. Everyone has seen that in North Evanston as well. It's now going to cost $1 million. So this concern about developers coming in and knocking down homes, if they're preserving small homes now, they're going to get revamped and they're going to cost a lot of money. If they get knocked down, they're going to become fancier single-family homes. They're going to cost a lot of money. So why not diversify the housing stock to create more density and create different housing options for people to live here? I was here at the commission's meeting in December, and it is clear how much Evanston residents value environmental sustainability, economic stability, and the beautiful cultural diversity that makes this place such a great place to live. It is readily apparent that people who have come up to speak at this mic will never agree on everything. So the need for more process, I agree. While this plan is not perfect and amendments do need to be made to improve the plan, it is not worth derailing it now to come to a conclusion, a perfect conclusion that will never take place. I think the plan is good. It makes a better Evanston for the next 2 decades. I think you should all recommend its approval.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thank you. My next speaker is Julia Forgash, followed by Eric Fassett and Ray Friedman.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Julia Forgash, and I live on Sherman Avenue in the 4th Ward, bordering the 1st Ward. I appreciate your service to our community. You are, in fact, here to serve the community. And the only way to serve the community is to understand the needs of the community, including the citizens that live there, as well as future citizens who have not yet arrived. The best way to serve our community is to ask our community what it needs and what it wants. I am urging you to stop rushing through this process and allow the citizens of Evanston every opportunity, by every communication that you can think of, to be heard. And if we don't come to you, then please open up more opportunities for more people. If we don't come to you, then please open up more opportunities for you to yourselves to reach us. It is our experience as Evanston residents that should be foremost in your decisions on this plan. I am confident that if you partner with the creative and educated citizens of Evanston, we can come up with a plan that is mutually beneficial. My other comments are specific to zoning changes. I know that you didn't necessarily want to hear them tonight, but I did come here and I waited a long time to talk, so I'm going to say a few of them. My comments are specific to the zoning changes in downtown Evanston. That is where I live. I wholly respect what other people are saying about their own neighborhoods. I can only speak to downtown. And I would also like to add that I think it's very important that your zoning discussions are specific to the needs of that particular neighborhood. Rather, the voices that should be most important for any zoning decision are the people that will be most directly impacted, meaning the people that live there. People should speak for their own neighborhoods rather than other people outside of a neighborhood coming to speak for that specific neighborhood. All right. My notes are a little all over the place. I agree with what everybody said about affordable housing. That is a very important goal that I think nobody would object to. But the zoning changes in downtown Evanston call for high rises with unlimited height. I question your expectation that these shiny new high rises in the downtown area will generate the affordable housing that this city needs. Downtown Evanston is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the city. How affordable can these brand new units be in downtown? And developers, as we know, are in business to make a profit. I also would like to ask you if you are planning to widen our downtown streets, because you will need to with all the giant buildings that are being built. And it's not just about people in their cars. It's about Amazon, UPS, FedEx, moving trucks, service vehicles, Ubers, food delivery, and everything that comes with every single resident in the society we live in now, where everything comes to us. I'm out of time, right? Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Eric Passett, followed by Ray Freeman and Timothy Ramsey.
So I'm Eric Passett. I'm the owner of North Shore Apartments and Condos. I'm also a citizen of the 4th Ward. And so I've been in the property management business for about 35 years. So Envision 2045 sounds like a great idea to make affordable housing, but in effect, it's kind of a fallacy, because part of what the city's pushing is, and I know this is probably going to ruffle some feathers, but I'm going to say it anyways, is to make Evanston electrified. So if we just step back and just think, if we just pass this the way we're going to, which I'm totally against, and then they put in, let's electrify Evanston, which is a fallacy because you can't do it. At least not in today's world. You know, I mean, there's just not enough electricity around to do that. It's going to make Evanston so unaffordable that any landlord in their right mind would never build anything at Evanston. To make, like, if we had to convert all our buildings to become, you know, from gas forced or boiler systems to now electrified buildings, the cost would be astronomical. And now if you build new buildings that you have to have all electric instead of gas, again, it's not possible. Plus, it's astronomical. I mean, one of the buildings that's just getting built is doing geothermal. Well, I'm here to tell you that's very expensive. So my point of all this is I think we should, A, slow the process down and realize that this is all a fallacy. That we're going to start thinking we're going to build affordable housing, which it's only affordable to the 25 or the 10% of the people that get the lowered rent. The 90% of the people rents get elevated because they have to subsidize the other 10%. Now, I'm not saying we're not for affordable housing, but it only creates affordable housing for a very small percentage. Because everybody else, the reason why rents are so high in those new high rises is because they have to supplement 10% and sometimes 15% of everybody else. Now, I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but there's a lot of flaws to it. And so I think we should, A, slow this down and realize that also what City of Evanston's pushing is to become electric, which I don't know how that's ever going to happen in the time frame they're thinking of. You know, and I will agree with a lot of the comments people made about the mayor, but it's enough said. I don't want to take any more time.
Thank you, Mr. Passett. The next speaker I have signed up is Ray Freeman, followed by Timothy Ramsey, and then Kelly Burke.
Good evening, everyone. I agree 100% with the gentleman who just spoke. Basically, I don't have any great insights into Envision 2045. I was surprised that it came out to begin with, because there's so many other issues that we need to deal with other than Envision 2045. I want to thank you all for all your hard work here. Matt, thank you for giving all of the residents time to give their public comments. I appreciate it. And last meeting we had, there was like 45 speakers, and everybody got a chance to speak. So I really appreciate that. And it's been much more insightful. I've only been speaking for about 10 years. And it doesn't seem that much comes out of it. So, but here, after all the residents spoke and all of you spoke, you took residents' comments under consideration. So I really appreciate it. I wanted to say Happy New Year to everyone. What did I want to say? I wanted to thank a couple people. Claire Kelly for making sense or trying to make some sense, slow down on the Envision 2045. Also, Tom Sufferdin talking about we need to have more resident input. 3% of resident input doesn't cut it. We need data. So if we have data from 75% of the residents, then we have, something to talk about. Seems the pattern here in Evanston is make a decision, good or bad, and then discuss it later. So constantly putting the cart before the horse, as I think you've alluded to. It just is a really bad idea. That's why it needs to slow down. Why I've heard many people, Lori Keenan, talk about the mayor, and why are we pushing this through before election? Okay, we did the same thing with Robert Crown. It was a bad decision at that time. Cost us $85 million to build Robert Crown. Bad decision. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the old Robert Crown. It should have stayed. We saved Harley Clark. I'm happy to see that. We're making a bad decision. The residents need to have a voice and a choice, okay, which most of the time it feels like we don't have. 3% of the residents have, looked at this plan. The lady was screaming about how, we're not involved. Well, sorry, there's a lot of information to absorb in Vision 2045. And you're bringing it up right before the holidays. That's not the time to bring it up. So, we need to take our time. It takes, like somebody said, it takes 2 to 3 years to re-envision, to redo zoning. And how is this plan, how's this benefiting Evanston homeowners? Is it benefiting us at all?
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you.
Next speaker I have is Timothy Ramsey, followed by Kelly Burke, then Jeff Verini.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Timothy Ramsey. I live in the 6th Ward. I've lived there for 41 years. I submitted written comments to the Commission in advance of this hearing concerning adverse effects of the increased density proposed in the comprehensive plan. My comments tonight do not repeat all of those written comments that I submitted to the Commission. Instead, tonight I am responding to the assertion that the plan should be approved because it will increase affordable housing and housing choice in Evanston's neighborhoods. My response is based on my experience as a lawyer, now retired, for more than 40 years in Chicago. For several of those years, I represented developers, lenders, and owners in the construction, financing, and operation of government-assisted housing for low and moderate income households. Most of those projects receive direct subsidies and financial supports from the federal and state government, including rent subsidies, federal mortgage insurance, tax-exempt financing, income tax credits, and direct grants. Without these financial supports and subsidies, economic feasibility for low-income housing was in most cases impossible. My experience in the field of government-assisted housing is that there are many pieces in the puzzle that need to be put together to bring a project to fruition. These pieces include a suitable project location, market studies showing the need, feasibility studies, architectural plans, a capable developer, municipal approvals, financing, investors willing to invest equity in exchange for a reasonable return on their investment, government subsidies or financial supports for long-term viability, a program that assures the maintenance and upkeep of the housing with effective enforcement mechanisms if the property is not maintained, and zoning. It is hard to bring all of these elements together, but it is possible, and it takes time. Financial and programmatic supports and subsidies for low-income housing have been dwindling for decades. The plan recognizes this and states explicitly that Evanston must pursue affordable housing and enhanced housing choice in isolation. City officials have recently stated that the draft plan and zoning ordinance will put Evanston on the cutting edge of addressing affordable housing issues. In the mayor's interview that appeared in the roundtable today, the mayor acknowledged that zoning changes by themselves will not produce affordable housing in Evanston, but that zoning changes allowing greater density are necessary preconditions to it.
Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to please wrap up.
The mayor referred in the interview to the city staff's working on a strategic housing plan for the city. The city's webpage does not provide much information about this strategic plan, housing plan. But the city's webpage describes key elements that will be included in this plan. And I quote, "What are our housing needs? What are our housing objectives and smart housing goals? What policies and programs should we pursue to meet those goals? What resources and partnerships will help us meet the goals? Are we on track to meet those housing goals?" I agree that these are essential elements of any viable housing plan. And I would add to the list, how will the city utilize its other resources, the inclusionary housing ordinance, the affordable housing fund, and putting assets to work plan in specific programmatic ways to generate more affordable housing?
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask you to end there.
In short,
one last sentence.
Pushing this rushed timeline to complete the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance by the end of March is not smart planning, in my view, and could foreseeably result in the introduction into the city of a host of unintended and unnecessary consequences, some of which could be quite bad and destabilizing, without any real reason to expect that they will actually achieve the goal of increasing affordable housing in Evanston.
All right, thank you. I'm going to have to end it there. The next up, I have Kelly Burke, followed by Jeff Barini and Tina Padden. Tina Padden, I'm sorry.
I'm Kelly Burke, and I am nervous to be up here. I am a 38-year-old resident in Evanston, and I am a preschool teacher. And I don't agree with this feeling of being bullied in the sense of having a whole bunch of questions. And so I did some research and I looked into some stuff. And a lot of people that I spoke with have said, you want affordable housing? And my heart totally does. And yet the information that I looked at, it doesn't make sense to me. And so I talked with more people, and they said the way in which affordable housing works, you all know. So I asked the builder who built the 260-unit building on Main Street. And I said, well, how many units of affordability is in your new building? And he said to me, there's 4 because I got to make some money. And I'm like, oh, that's how it works? So I'm all for affordable housing. I live in an apartment or a condo, and I've worked a whole bunch of jobs to keep that condo, which I'm proud of. And my other question is, and forgive me if this stirs feathers, but when Biss signed the last vote to get the stadium built, and then he gets $60,000 in his fund within that week, I'm thinking, holy cow, I never got any kickbacks when I pulled some crayons out of people's noses. I got a huge booger. My point is, the builders and they come in, and the developers, is there any like catch and balance or checks and like cautionary, or are they entitled to getting kickbacks? I mean, it gave me the creeps. The other thing that I keep not hearing is they say comprehensive plan. Well, we profess we're in Evanston environmentally friendly, but this doesn't seem like we're keeping Evanston protected in an environment. It's like we're exploiting it instead of protecting it. And where's the work element in this plan? As an employment in Evanston. So we build and build and build, so people go elsewhere to work, and then they come home. Why can't we talk more about, and there's just so many questions that I have. It's too fast for me. And so with that, thank you for your good work, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Next up, I have Jeff Barini, followed by Tina Payden, followed by Virginia Mann.
Good evening. Jeff Barini, 2nd Ward. A lot of discussion here, and I think in general I've heard 3 things that people generally agree upon, which is first, that we do need to redo our comprehensive plan and rezoning associated with that. 2, that we want more affordable housing here in Evanston. And 3rd, and most importantly, this work is really complex. Everybody seems to agree on that. One of the previous speakers lauded your collective wisdom. That's not an overstatement, because you are our experts here in Evanston. This is not San Francisco. This is not New Rochelle. This is not Minneapolis. It's here in Evanston, and you are charged with protecting that, and your job will be to evaluate the comprehensive plan and then the rezoning that are being handed to you. And so I wish you all the best in that, but it can't be rushed. You need the time to do your jobs thoroughly and to apply the expertise that you have and your knowledge of Evanston to do the best thing for the city. And so I urge you to take your time, because I think that will serve the city best in achieving all the goals that are inherent there in the comprehensive plan. So thank you. And good luck.
Thank you. The next speaker I have Tina Payden, followed by Virginia Mann and Jane Grover.
Good evening. My name is Tina Payden. For those who don't know me, I'm an affordable housing landlord in Evanston, my family, for over 100 years. I am a true Evanstonian. My grandmother bought our house that I still live in who her uncle built in the early 1900s. And we're the only house left on the block. This is fake news. This plan. Fake news. You don't want to know why? A lot of people in this room go to these meetings when a developer comes and they say, rah, rah, we're going to give affordable housing. Evanston's inclusionary housing ordinance is 60% AMI, which means most of the buildings that the developers build today do not take HUD standards, which means they don't take Connection for the Homeless vouchers. They don't take Section 8 vouchers. They don't take Catholic Charities vouchers because they're HUD regulated. So you're talking about affordable housing. These buildings are not taking them. What happened and where were you when the Wesley people needed housing? They weren't at the Albion. They weren't at the Avador. They weren't at 1717 Ridge. They weren't at the Link. They weren't at E2. They weren't at the Main. They weren't at the Reserve. They weren't at Central Station. And they weren't at the Park and more. Because this is what Evanston has allowed and continue to allow. This plan does not help that at all. Where were you when my neighborhood was decimated? Why, I'm the only house on the block. This is Evanston, Illinois. The elephant in the room is called Northwestern University. Let them start paying what they owe. You make plans when you want to have your own agenda fulfilled. Northwestern wanted a research park at Emerson, Maple, East Railroad, and University. So they changed the zone to Research Park. And what Northwestern did was lent the city Evanston money for eminent domain. Eminent domain. My black neighbors would not be able to come to what is now E2. So don't sit up here and pretend, a lot of people in this room, that this plan is going to make that better. Black residents is now 13% in Evanston, and nobody's doing anything. I'm a provider of affordable housing, and I take the vouchers. Why don't you help landlords like me go ahead and approve my building to help the people? I know that you're going to buzz me again, Chair, but I like to say this last thing. I feel some kind of way when there was only 3 black people that spoke before me. And everybody says how they're helping black and brown. Did you help them to this meeting tonight so they could tell you that they needed housing? So when you start talking about helping people or helping the plan, you need to talk to the people that it really affects, which is all of us, and make the people pay that need to pay, which is Northwestern.
Thank you, Ms. Payton. The next speaker is Virginia Mann, followed by Jane Grover, Andy Anderson.
Virginia Mann. I'm a homeowner in the 6th Ward. I grew up in a Chicago neighborhood, much like one that the Envision Evanston proposes. I grew up in a big old farmhouse right next door to another single-family home, and next door to that was another single-family home. On the other side was a 3-story, 3-flat. For 28 years, though, I've lived here in Evanston on Normandy Place in the 6th Ward, in R1 zoning of single-family homes. I intentionally chose that type of neighborhood. That's a neighborhood where I know my neighbors. I interact with them on a regular basis. My experience and the experience of the families and children growing up in that area is far different than what I experienced in Chicago growing up. And I don't want to go back. And I certainly don't want you, Mayor Biss, or a lame duck city council to impose a different type of community on me. Envision Evanston is proposing a very different type of city than what we have today. Today, we have housing stock of all different types. We have areas like where I live that is strictly single-family homes. We have areas that are strictly condos and apartment buildings. We have areas that are mixed developments where you have large single-family homes and multi-unit buildings. So whatever you want, you can get here in Evanston. And the same is true at the price levels. Not only in Evanston, but within a few blocks in 3 different directions. There's a variety of prices available of housing stock in our community. Despite tonight's effort and well-orchestrated plan by a special interest group to dominate the discussion, from what I've seen by attending community meetings, watching online comments, participating in discussions of on online articles, the majority of Evanston residents are strongly opposed to this plan. And I encourage you to take the time to listen to them, to put the brakes on this effort by Mayor Biss to push through a poorly thought out, poorly planned concept that is not going to achieve a goal that I think pretty much all of us could get behind, of finding a way to provide housing for those in need without destroying the character of our community. We've heard tonight from experts who tell us, and common sense tells us, that this plan is not going to achieve affordable housing for us. This plan is not going to achieve the goals that are stated at the beginning of it. It's going to put more pressure on our already very limited resources. It's going to change the character of our neighborhoods and not for the better. And it's going to change the character of our community. It's time that all of us say no to the special interest groups, whichever side they're on, whether they're the far left or the far right, and in this case it's the far left, pushing an agenda that is not appropriate for the rest of us.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Next up, I have Jane Grover, Andy Anderson, and I think it's Dominic Vaz. Hello, Ms. Grover.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioners, Ms. Jones. My name is Jane Grover. I live in the 7th Ward, been there for 30 years. I work for the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning. I'm in the public engagement business for CMAP. I got to say 3% participation is a pretty good number, actually, in our business. And I think the real measure is whether or not that participation has been representative of Evanston. So that's just my first thought here. The next 20 years will bring a lot of change to Evanston, spurred by technology, climate change, demographic shifts, and different generational preferences. You've seen the trends. They're in your packet. I think that Envision Evanston 2045 does a good job of addressing those trends. The comprehensive plan is really a plan to address the needs and expectations of younger generations. I'm a baby boomer, and Envision Evanston 2045 should not be about me. It's not about me, and it shouldn't be about me. It should be about the next generations. I want you to think about an ETHS 10th grader. I think you've heard from one tonight. He will be 36 in the year 2045, let's say. And that's whom we're planning for with this. These are our children and our grandchildren, and their expectations are going to be different than the expectations of the boomer generation or even the Gen X. And it's their experiences that should help guide development of this comprehensive plan. Ask yourselves, how will today's 10th grader at age 36 get around, choose to get around in Evanston in 2045? Where will he or she be able to afford to live? Where will their jobs be located? What will Evanston of 2045 offer today's 10th graders? Will those 10th graders be able to come back to Evanston, as Mary Beth Schroeder's grandchildren have, and be able to find places to live in Evanston and make their way here? The Envision Evanston 2045 comprehensive plan really does look to that future, a more equitable and sustainable future. I submitted feedback to the committee, to staff through the survey. I just am worried that we are looking to make our short-term, immediate solutions, the next generation's problems. Please recommend Envision Evanston 2045 to the City Council is just one step to address all those many challenges that our community faces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Grover. My next speaker, Andy Anderson, followed by Dominic Vaz and Jim Slingo.
Hello, my name is Andy Anderson. My wife and I own and resided at 715 Michigan Avenue, which is an Evanston landmark, single-family detached home in the Lakeshore Historic District. The city of Evanston, we care about the architectural history. The city of Evanston awarded my wife and me an award for the restoration of our home. The Evanston Vision 2045 plan recognizes the importance of architectural history. But in the preservation section is number 9 and last in the items that are discussed. The Lakeshore Historic District, where I live, is the oldest and the largest historic district in the city. I read 2 excerpts from the nomination to the United States Department of Interior for the creation of that district. First, the proposed Lakeshore Historic District is located in the southeastern corner of Evanston and includes most of the area between Northwestern University to the north, Chicago Avenue to the west, Calvary Cemetery to the south, and Lake Michigan to the east. The precise boundary was determined largely on the basis of the functional building type with land use in the district, overwhelmingly devoted to the detached single-family dwelling unit and related structures, including churches, schools, and miscellaneous outbuildings. Second quote, which was talking about the significance of the Lakeshore Historic District. As the elite residential section of a fashionable North Shore suburb, Evanston's proposed Lakeshore Historic District contains excellent examples of domestic architecture from every decade from the Civil War to the Great Depression. Behind the imposing facades dwelt many of that era's most distinguished Midwestern business executives, financiers, and jurists. 2, the neighborhood shared Evanston's reputation as the home of noted reformers, academics, clergymen, and literary figures. In these respects, the proposed district's architectural and historic significance is comparable to the historic districts in Peoria, Decatur, Waukegan, and River Forest, as well as the Ridge and Hyde Park, Kenwood districts in Chicago. But the proposed Lakeshore Historic District is uniquely significant as the product of Evanston's Municipal Zoning Ordinance of 1921. First, as the product of Evanston's Municipal Zoning Ordinance of 1921, the first in Illinois and one of the first in the nation. As Chicago's inner ring of suburbs grew to resemble the central city itself, this neighborhood remained virtually unchanged from its heyday in the 1920s, a signal accomplishment of community planning in Illinois.
I'm going to ask you to please wrap up, Mr. Anderson, when you get to.
Okay. Okay, I will submit something later. I request that if you are going to eliminate R1 zoning, that you exclude the historic districts from that designation. And if you do not do that, I recommend that you honestly admit that you're endorsing the gradual erosion of the historic character of historic districts. final point, I think that you should postpone final action on the plan until after the election, so that the candidates for a city council can report their views on the plan to their residents, and that can have an impact on whether this is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
One final comment. I do endorse the goals set forth in the plan.
All right, thank you. The last speakers I have Dominic Vaz, Jim Slingo, and Periel Davis signed up for Zoom. Is she in the building? Because we don't have a Zoom component. So I'll put that out there. I don't know if she's somewhere in the building or not. Mr. Vaz.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dominic Vaz. I'm the Director of Fair Housing at Open Communities. Open Communities is here to unequivocally support the proposed zoning changes in Envision Evanston 2045 to increase density and create the conditions for an abundance of housing choices in Evanston. This is a step towards a more inclusionary rather than exclusionary community development policy. As a civil rights professional, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that restrictive zoning tactics, such as single-family only zoning and minimum lot sizes, were in large part engineered and utilized across the country explicitly as a tool of racial exclusion. That history is clear and uncontroversial. Greater flexibility and density will increase the supply of housing and will reduce rising costs. I'm no fan of traditional neoliberal economics, but this is market-based logic and it tends to hold true. Also, I want to validate some Evanstonians' concerns expressed here that an influx of new development will not immediately create housing that is affordable. I know very well that markets do fail. They often fail in housing and protecting the most vulnerable. I believe personally that we will not ever address the scale of our housing crisis without significant intervention from the local, state, and federal government. We will need every tool at our disposal to attack this issue, but especially the ability to build. Zoning reform is a movement across the country that is bearing fruit. Without it, we will see no change in the crisis of affordability. In tandem, we must also enact public policies that protect renters of color, preserving Evanston's diversity and dynamism, and public policies that ensure some new development will be affordable. This is why, in tandem, we support a strengthened inclusionary housing ordinance, ongoing and strengthened reparations for Black Evanstonians who have been robbed of decades of wealth due to racist housing policy, anti-displacement measures like Just Cause and support for small landlords, a repeal of the so-called 3 unrelated rule, a right of first refusal for tenant organizations, the city, and other vetted nonprofits when multifamily buildings are sold, increased resources for fair housing enforcement, and strong support for land trusts to increase affordability in perpetuity. So in contrast to the purported concerns from the kind of left-leaning flank of opponents, this comprehensive plan does not represent an inevitable and immediate decline into Evanston becoming like a monocultural bastion for the rich. It is already careening dangerously in that direction. That's why we have to take action and use all the tools at our disposal to create a fair, affordable, and thriving community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jim Slingo, and then I'll run through the names of people who signed up but did not come up when I called them, just to make sure they are not in the room somewhere. So, Mr. Slingo.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone who's here, because the last time I was here, after we all gave our public comment, there was a discussion I didn't take my notes with me tonight, but many of you mentioned how really it should be limited to only 2 units for an R1 lot. Now, my idea is the comprehensive plan is a noble idea, but it needs to be a compromise, because there are many, many people who are against it because they don't want to have 42 high-foot monster buildings next to their house. Now, the compromise would seem to be 3 units per lot. And that would be a coach house and 2 units, or a garden level unit and 2 above it. That would seem to be a really good compromise. We would still have plenty of available options. And it wouldn't be quite 42 foot high, but if somebody wanted to do that, they could come before the zoning committee and ask for a variance. That sounds like a logical compromise. And we we should do everything possible to limit the property taxes in Evanston. This needs to be addressed. How about an immediate hiring freeze? With technology, we don't have to have so many employees anymore. And the same thing goes for the schools, because they make up about 70% of the tax bills of schools. Have a hiring freeze. Try to help people do multiple tasks in their job, and then we won't continue to have to raise property taxes and make it more and more unaffordable. So without dealing with the property tax problem, we're not going to solve the affordable problem. And then I really feel we ought to, if we don't have a formal vote or referendum, at the very least have a advisory referendum and see if at least a majority of the people are in agreement with this. I mean, I'm all for you presenting it to the city council. That's the proper way to do it. But along with that, have a way that the citizens can vote for an advisory referendum and say, we do like this, we don't like it. A couple other thoughts. I'm in the third ward. It's a beautiful community. We have a variety of housing available, condos and single family, and obviously the condos are less expensive. It's an absolutely gorgeous neighborhood, as one of the gentlemen behind me just mentioned, in the historic district area. And that should be preserved. But there are many, many, many condos, townhomes. I used to live in a townhome there before I bought a single family home. And believe me, I got the cheapest one I could find. But the point is, it's a very, very nice area. All of Evanston, I used to live over in the 5th Ward. You know, I was right across the street from those people who lost their homes in those apartments. It was terrible to see them lose their homes. Those were my neighbors. They were great people. I used to go over and visit them. You know, so we need to do all we can to preserve affordable housing that we got. That should be part of this comprehensive plan. And respect residents' wishes. If the vast majority don't want 4 units on a single family lot, then compromise, go down to 3 units. I just thank you so much for taking time to let us bring our feedback to you and listening and taking it seriously, because we want this to be an excellent community. One last thing, when it comes to environmental, I've spent a huge amount of money in my budget to make my house electric. I'm telling you, it is so expensive to try to have a heat pump heat. It's just 1,300 square feet. It's not that big. And I'm having it there. My heat pump fails at 20 degrees. I have to put on the gas heat. You know, it's not easy to convert to electric. I have solar, you know, I'm trying to do things that way, but slowing things down a little bit so that we can try to put the environmental into this whole plan would be a really good idea.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Sligo.
you.
I'm running through real quickly the names of people who signed up that I've not heard from. Eric Peterson, Abigail Stone, Abby Anton, and Periel Davis. Okay, please come up. And state your name for the record, please.
Sure. Let me just get this going. My name is Kira Kelly. Okay. So land use commissioners, you've been giving a very unusual version.
I'm sorry. Could you restate your name,
Kira
please?
Kelly. You all have been given a very unusual version of a comprehensive plan in a very unusual process. Initially, on election evening, as the results were coming in for Trump, the city dropped the plan for the public, and maybe you as well. It had major map errors, was in an incomplete form with missing sections later trickling in piecemeal. There was and still is a lack of evidence of public feedback. There's no data sets, no charts, no professional analysis received from all of this Envision Evanston community outreach. And when we say, 3,000 people contributed, we want to see the results of that. Thousands of us did provide input, heeded the call of Mayor Biss, but the only results we see are a few bubble quotes from various participants and top line feedback or someone's interpretation that doesn't feel on point. I FOIA'd the public feedback results, and I still have to confirm this. I got the raw data, but it doesn't seem like the results were tabulated. Hopefully they were, or summarized to date. That doesn't give much confidence of how the public feedback informed this plan or built the very aggressive planning and land use goals. And even from the raw data I do have, the very aggressive goals seem independent of any of this feedback. Also, according to HDR's proposal in response to the RFP, which I FOIA'd, and that's the consultant we chose, the plan was to incorporate robust data collection and analysis related to land use and urban form, housing affordability and availability, an inventory and analysis of all existing city housing of all types, all existing stocks, and analyze the affordability of it all. And from what I understand, this data informs what housing is needed. It's typically included in these kind of plans, and I know many of you have asked for this kind of data. Let's see, a new Evanston resident who I was speaking to, who was a plan commissioner in a city similar to Evanston in New Jersey, expressed surprise that this was missing and said that he couldn't believe the city was just guessing or assuming what we need. This is not the norm. More data is missing that you've asked for, some of you. Data to support and substantiate the transformational change proposed here. This data should be here. It needs to be here. You should have it and you can have it. Further, the RFP and the RFP response, the consultants were to prepare a public review draft to use at public forums where the plan was to be presented and an inventory of public feedback would be gathered and integrated into the document. How in the world was this public feedback to this draft plan just skipped? No public forums, no inventory of feedback. Also, there was supposed to be a comprehensive plan steering committee, from what I understand, that should have consulted as the plan went along to make sure it was on track with no surprises. Were there any meetings for this? To me, it seems like it was developed and submitted at once, and there certainly were surprises. Also, where's the consultant? Even smaller projects like this, the consultant comes in, does a big dog and pony show. I mean, this is a year's worth of work. And it seems kind of like staff is sort of tying up loose ends, and I'm not faulting them at all. Finally, City Council did not vote on a timeline for the project. There doesn't seem to be a directive, even if the mayor wants this completed for his own reasons. In short, Plan Commissioners, this document is critically lacking. But it sets the stage for the next 20 years of Evanston and even our zoning that may be transformational and erode our small 30% of single family housing and maybe pivot us away from new families moving here and changing Evanston forever.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Really quick, you all are our only stop to vet this plan. You are our firewall to ensure that this plan is worthy of our city. Please take the time as needed. Please be brave and hang on to this plan. And it could be a good plan. It should be a good plan, but it's not yet. It's missing some of the very basic things that plans should have. And also, please don't approve a draft plan. You should have a final here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anybody whom I missed in speaking? Not seeing anyone, I want to say thank you to everyone who came out this evening and to our previous meetings. Thank you to the 180, I think we're at 181 pages of additional comments that we've received online just in the past 2 days, specifically relating to the comp plan. So thank you to everyone for that. Thank you for being engaged. The process as we're kind of moving forward is we will be closing the public testimony portion of the comprehensive plan this evening. At our next meeting, we will be hearing from chairs and representatives of select commissions who have a role in the comprehensive plan. Or have chapters in that plan, so that they are provided an opportunity to give an executive summary of anything from their committees or commissions that they feel we should be provided with. Do you have a question?
Just to note, we're going to keep open the opportunity for members of the...
I'll get to that in a minute, yeah. Although we are closing the public testimony this evening, submitting comments online will still be received. Those will all be made part of a record that does go to City Council. So just don't feel that just because you heard something tonight and have not had a chance to respond to it, that your voice will not be heard through council. We will not be taking that testimony any longer, but it will move forward onto council, and we will have eyes on it as well when we make our vote and hold our meeting next week. Also, I'd just like to say Evanston is a very complex city. I think everybody who lives here is willing to acknowledge that. I am pleased that we have made it through this process mostly by not calling names, by not attacking each other. Just because we have differing opinions does not make somebody right and someone wrong. We all have different experiences that we bring to this, and that happens for not just for the commissioners who sit up here, but also for all the members of the public who are engaged as well. So I do thank you for being civil in a nation that is quickly becoming very uncivil. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. With that, I am going to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. The hearing will continue. As I mentioned before, please feel free to submit comments online. We will be hearing from chairs and representatives of other committees, as well as making our recommendations to City Council. I also want to encourage people, there is a question on City Council's agenda for Monday to have a discussion on the process and timeline for this. So that is something that you will probably hear or see, and that may affect our moving forward on the 15th because we do take our direction from City Council. So I just want to make everyone aware of that aspect as well. With that, because I know our pizza didn't arrive when it was supposed to this morning or this afternoon, but it is here now, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute recess so that commissioners who came straight from work and have not had a chance to eat have an opportunity to take a quick bite to eat. So thank you once again for everyone, and we will return at about 8:55. So thank you. But we're going to go ahead and go back on the record. It is 8:59. And so at this point, what we're going to do is we will allow staff to make a presentation to us to kind of cover off on the changes that have been submitted to us on the comprehensive general plan. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Williams, and you can call on people as necessary to do whatever order you want to do your presentation in.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. Liz William for the record. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Megan Jones, who's going to kick off the presentation. Uri will follow with some data for you all, and then I'll wrap it up at the end to start talking about the alternatives. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
All right. All right, so I'm going to start, and since the folks in this room have probably heard this beginning part multiple times, so I'll go through this really quick, and then we'll get into more of the new information. So going down. Ooh. Having some issues with this not responding. Okay, well now my mouse is working. Okay. We'll see how this works. All right, so as everyone is pretty much aware, this is a process that will create two documents, the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. And the conversation tonight was centered on the comprehensive plan. This was a community input-driven process where we went out of the community, we had community meetings, did pop-up events, invited people to office hours, surveys, different ways to actually get the thoughts, opinions, ideas of the Evanston community.
Can we ask questions while you do this? Because I think there are a lot of people that are questioning this part of the process, this early part, because, you know, we got these slides that kind of summarized it in generalities, but were any of the, I also know that because I was at some of these, where the questions were very like, what do you like about Evanston? Do you like parks? Yes. Do I like green space? Yeah. You know, I mean, very general, pie in the sky kind of stuff. Was there anything that gave these people, I'm talking about the 8 months of questions, any indication of eliminating R1 zoning or eliminating parking requirements or any of the more controversial issues? Or did that just land in November?
So early engagement did focus on lived experiences in Evanston. You know, what do you like about Evanston? What are the current challenges that you're facing? All of that. Megan's going to go through a little bit more in her presentation how we progressed and iteratively identified certain elements that show up in the draft plan. What you're discussing in terms of observations and this kind of suggestion to move towards allowing more housing options within all neighborhoods of Evanston actually resulted in the consultant's feedback, which was presented to council based on their observations in July. And so that is where their observations, and they recommended based on those observations that the city consider policies around allowing single, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in all neighborhoods.
See, what's suspicious about that is that there was a study that Connections for the Homeless sponsored that where this stuff first started to come out, and then that all of a sudden that became almost verbatim what was in the comprehensive plan. So a lot of people are looking at that and saying, "Wait a second, it didn't come from these interviews and neighborhood comments. It came from the consultants."
Correct. It came from the consultants.
Right. And not from the residents.
In addition to the community input, the consultants also made their observation knowns and recommendations, which staff presented to council.
I think that point, though, is a critical point, and that because everybody's asking, like, where did this stuff come from? Well, what you're saying is it didn't come from the residents; it came from the consultants.
Based on the feedback that residents provided to the consultants,
I will challenge you to give us any resident that asked for this. Any.
I think you heard from residents this evening.
No, they're reacting, and I get the reaction and say because they've been told this is going to give them affordable housing, which it is not.
So can I make the suggestion that we move through the process?
Okay. Sorry.
After each person presents, then we can have these discussions rather than holding it up, because some of the stuff might become answers further in the process. So, Ms. Jones, back to you.
Okay. Sure. So the second part of the plan development, we did consult with the other city departments. So that is including getting the existing plans that are in process, to get their thoughts, get more information on their regulations, and get their feedback on things that should be included in the plan, and how different things that may come about may need to be considered from their perspective. And now we're scrolling issues again. Okay, so I'll go through this really quickly. Speaking again on the community engagement, these are photos from different community meetings that we had. These are the sticky notes that have been mentioned, and some of the general questions and other boards that were at both the pop-up events, community meetings, some of the focus groups that were mentioned as part of the process as well. We also did the visioning workshop in May that helped us to get the vision statements that we currently have. Did more pop-up events to actually get additional feedback on those drafts, vision statements, and other items associated with that, as you can see here. And then we also did the development scenario workshop, which was an interactive activity where we were able to see kind of real time what potential development may look like in several particular areas of the city. And that helped us to begin to hone things within the code. So all in all, between the community meetings, pop-up events, presentations that were done to boards and commissions, about 125 different points of contact to get feedback. And this was about 4,000 various responses, attendees, and participants for each of those things. And from all that feedback, the thoughts, ideas, goals that came about are here, which you are familiar with at this point, I think. And these particular goals help to formulate the chapters within the draft plan and help us to focus our energy on where the policies and actions would formulate from there. So some of the observations included that we're running out of land and people can't find housing. So this is where we were looking at having the centers and corridors framework. Additionally, looking at housing choices is where the duplex, triplex, fourplex came from. And then also the thought of eliminating parking minimums. We also heard that families who have been here for generations are being pushed out, and children who grew up here can't afford to stay or return as adults. And this is where we are looking at having an anti-displacement strategy, which is mentioned within the plan, as well as, again, looking at those centers and corridors for increased density to provide additional housing. We also heard we have a rich fabric of people, but we don't have enough spaces and places for them to experience fun, joy, and happiness. And this is where we would want to look for locations for more mixed-use development that would incorporate more green space and open space for people to gather and do some things like outdoor dining. Also the possibility of maybe closing down streets temporarily or permanently to enhance the pedestrian experience, and also allow for more events and arts throughout Evanston. And finally, hearing that the current zoning code is complicated and difficult to use, and the approval process is unpredictable. So this essentially is where we would be looking to streamline our processes, simplify the code so it's easier for everyone to understand, staff, developers, residents, for whatever projects they want to do, incorporate illustrations to make it clear what we're actually looking to do and what the regulations are pointing at, and then reducing the number of exceptions for certain regulations by allowing more things by right where it makes sense. So we currently have the full drafts of the comprehensive plan and the zoning code released. We do have a comprehensive plan survey that is still open. We have about 230 responses now, probably a little bit more since I put this here. As of now, we have a decent range of ages that have responded. And then as you can see, the ward representation may be a little bit difficult to see, is also available here. I'll actually include this after the meeting so you can see a little bit better, but
I think it would be helpful to see it in a table form rather than a chart, because the colors are real similar, so it's almost impossible to see what the range was.
Got it. Noted. We will note that. So again, we have the survey that is open. I'll provide a very high level summary of some of the things that we've heard. And then we also included emails that we've been getting both directly to staff and through the Envision Evanston 2045 email for feedback related to the comprehensive plan. So some specific feedback that we've been hearing, this is actually more, I think, high level. as we've been hearing throughout the meeting again, we do need to have additional citations within the plan for data points that were provided, as well as we need to have additional data for the policy statements that were provided, just to inform where those policy statements came from and how they will be implemented. There is general support for affordable housing. There's also concern about the policies and actions that will be used to reach those goals. We do need to have greater consideration of the environmental impact of increased development. We need to have increased attention for the safety and the gaps in service levels for transportation options. So this includes gaps in the sidewalk system. This includes gaps in service for CTA, gaps in the bike lane network that we have. And especially if we have the intention of reducing dependency on vehicles. And also, parking still needs to be a consideration for both residential and commercial uses. This is something that came up both, I think, in the housing chapter and then in economic development. We're talking about the need to have parking access for those who want to shop downtown. Also, generally, we need to expand the parks and open space chapter and address maintenance and upgrading of existing parks, as well as providing additional open space and protecting your natural areas. We also need to better address how to fill vacant commercial spaces. I think this is especially the case downtown. We need to remove barriers to small businesses and retail openings and continuing to operate in Evanston. We also need to address how we attract businesses to Evanston, especially downtown, and address Evanston's overall financial stability over time. We also need to provide clarification on what placemaking really means. And in general, there is support for expanding local festivals, art events, and supporting local artists in Evanston. There's also general support for preservation efforts, but there's also a desire to see more addressed and clarify how the goals and policies of other chapters may affect the goals within the preservation chapter. So we'll hand it off to Uri at this point to start getting into more metrics.
Thank you, Megan. Good evening, everyone. Uri Pachter, Senior Housing Planner. Liz and I are going to convey a series of responses to requests from the public and from the Commission regarding a variety of elements that were discussed in the memo. The one that I'm going to focus on was a request for data. We're not going to spend the necessary time it would take to dive into all the data points that are relevant for a comprehensive plan, but I wanted to show sort of the format and the way that we're approaching data in comparison to neighboring and comparable communities in some topic areas, and that's the approach we are looking to take moving forward in the updated plan. And like the remaining elements, we're looking for your feedback on how to adapt that, if that's the right approach, if that's not the right approach. Those types of directions will be really helpful. So in general, in looking at where Evanston stands, rather than looking on its own or looking at every other geography in the world, we picked for this comparable communities comparison the municipalities that border Evanston, Wilmette, Skokie, and Chicago, the two neighborhoods south of Chicago to be a little bit more comparable in area, Westridge and Rogers Park to the southwest and southeast respectively. In general, we use the ZCTA, which is basically a zip code that the census uses. In certain situations, we need to use the zip code itself, which is slightly different, but is generally identical, and we list that accordingly. We're also looking at Cook County, just as a comparison in general, Lincolnwood as another municipality that borders Chicago to the north, and Oak Park as it's, though it's on the west side of Chicago, has some similarities that we thought would be interesting to explore. So that's generally the setup. And what I want to highlight before going through each one is that what's interesting through these particular data points is that Evanston's clearly unique. It's not coming off as identical to any one municipality. However, it's reasonably similar to Oak Park. And then depending on the data set, it's sometimes more similar to Westridge. It's sometimes more similar to Skokie, sometimes more similar to Wilmette. And I think that's one of the things that's particularly interesting and diverse about Evanston is in these data points it shows that. And again, as we go through these, we won't have the opportunity to dive deep, but that's sort of the high level takeaway I think that is important to note. So for example, population density, Evanston is closest to Westridge, Oak Park, and the city of Chicago overall. It's less dense, but those are the ones that are closest to Evanston in terms of these communities or geographies.
Is area based on square mile?
Yes, I apologize. That's not listed there. I am trying to.
It's interesting that that Chicago is pretty dense and is pretty close to Evanston in density, which is kind of surprising.
I think it's interesting that, but Rogers Park and Westridge are all more, well, I guess what Westridge is similar to Chicago, but Rogers Park is much denser than the city of Chicago.
Is this data from the census 2020 or it's later?
Thank you for asking. So in general, this data is from the U.S. Census, the American Community Survey, 5-year data, and the new 2023 data came out in the middle of December. So after the request from the commission, we had data from 2022 on most of these, and we updated them for 2023 to give you the newer data. In some circumstances, this will be other data sources other than the census, and I'll mention that when we hit those. But that's generally our data source. Thank you for asking. So another section in terms of households and group quarters. A couple of things to point out here. Again, Evanston in terms of size of households and the share of each is most similar to this Oak Park and the city of Chicago. And one thing to note also, just when we're talking about data in general, households don't include group quarters, and group quarters include nursing homes, college dorms, other facilities that are more institutions like juvenile facilities, et cetera. So if you look on the right, Evanston's pretty unique. Rogers Park is somewhat similar, probably because of Loyola, has a significant amount of group quarters. What that means is that when we look at household information in Evanston or anywhere, but because Evanston has a lot of group quarters, it's not including 9% of the population. So we just have to keep that in mind when that's the case, that the total population may be reflected a little bit differently, and the data doesn't tend to be as available for group quarters when it comes to a variety of other data points. You can go to the next slide, please.
Excuse me. When you say people, does that include kids or just adults or? Kids. Everybody. It is everybody.
For what? For
the people. Excuse me. Does it include kids?
Which data set are you talking about?
The people, when it says 2-person, 3-person, 4-person.
Got it. That is the full size of the household at all ages. Yeah. You can advance the slide. That would be great. Thank you. So for this slide for race and ethnicity, the way this is broken down is white alone, non-Hispanic, Latino, and then Black and African American, Asian, and other are all inclusive. So that includes folks who identify as multiracial, biracial. That could include white. Same thing with Hispanic, Latino. So we're basically, one way of looking at this is the white population in Evanston, and then the other 4 categories make up people of color in different stripes. So we have 58% in Evanston, 18, 12, et cetera. And again, in similarities, Oak Park again shows up, and Skokie is the other one. So as you can see, Oak Park frequently is a similar, a comparable community in terms of various types of makeup, and we're rotating between various other communities in terms of where we're similar. If we can go to the next slide, we have age and median age. Oak Park for both shows up. Westridge also, and Rogers Park on the median age. Again, that may be related somewhat to the college populations in both areas. But again, there's similarities to Oak Park, and then there's similarities to differing places as we go through. You can see that in Evanston, the median age is fairly young. The only places that are lower are Chicago and Rogers Park. If you can go to the next slide, household income. This is bracketed in different categories, starting with less than $25,000 a year in household income, and moving to $200,000 plus. Again, Oak Park is the most similar to Evanston in terms of the median income. Skokie's actually closer, but in terms of the distribution, Oak Park is more similar in terms of the makeup from an income standpoint of households. And the next slide, we now start talking a little bit more about housing. There's been a bunch of questions about housing in particular requested from the community and the commission. So we spent a little more time on housing in this presentation. So this is looking at, I believe one of the commissioners asked particular, there's a data point in the comprehensive plan that included this information but did not break it down in this detail. And so we disaggregated it to provide the differences. I think there was particular interest around a lot of these conversations with 1 to 4 units. I think we had 2 to 4 units potentially were combined. So as you can see, the distribution in Evanston is most similar to Oak Park. And again, here, Westridge is the one that's most similar. Admittedly, sometimes most similar is very, very close, and sometimes it's not as close, but we're just trying to create some comparable and trying to understand where sort of Evanston stands and where the people and the structures are most similar to. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So now we're looking at number of bedrooms, and this ranges from studio to 5+. As you can see, the most common in Evanston is a 2-bedroom, and 1 to 3 are actually the most common in general. And again, Oak Park and Westridge are the areas that are most comparable.
Is this, I don't remember from the American Community Survey, but is this available by owner versus rental, or is it just total? I think it's just total.
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, and when that level of detail you go down to that level of detail for these geographies, the margin of error can get pretty out of whack.
It can, but that's a question that kind of always comes up is for the multifamily developments that we've been reviewing is, why don't we have more rental 2 and 3 bedroom units for families? And I don't know that the information is available, but that would be something to at least look and see.
I will check if it's available, split up by tenure. Regardless of the margin of error, we can see if it's available, and then we can identify if it's a viable number.
That would be fine. I mean, if it's more than 10 or 15%, it's not viable.
Understood. The next slide, let me see if I can advance it. I think I have. Thank you. I think there was also a question from the commission in particular around vacancy and Evanston's housing vacancy and how does that compare to others? What's happening with vacant units? Can we use vacant units as a way to address supply? As you can see, in particular, the across the board, the range in vacancy rates is anywhere from 4 to 10%, Evanston 7 right in the middle. It's pretty similar. There's a variety of reasons why housing is vacant, and they fall into many, many categories. I apologize, the notes on the bottom are cut off a little bit, but they go on and on in terms of the census. But in general, I group them into two categories. One is sort of the typical housing cycle, which is half of the units in Evanston. The numbers are rounded. That's why they're both 4%. And it's for rent or rented but not occupied, for sale, sold but not occupied. So a good chunk of that is just sort of typical churn that goes on in the market, and it's active and being used, just not currently occupied on the date of the census that takes place. And then the other 4% fall into a category of lots of other situations like legal proceedings needing to be repaired, an extended absence, et cetera. And so the number in question ends up being a little bit lower, but still there is that group of units that are that fall into that category.
Just a real quick question on that. So this is a snapshot in time?
Correct.
Do we know when that snapshot occurs in time? For example, I'm thinking obviously we would have higher vacancy probably during the summer months when Northwestern is not in session. Does that skew our data, in any way, shape, or form? Or is this kind of a, because the census takes place over a period of months. It's not on day X, this is what happens.
That's a good question. So this is the American Community Survey, which is a little different than the U.S. Census, where we're counting everybody. We're counting some people, and then we're taking that and extrapolating. I don't know off the top of my head how that lands here. What I can say is that, answering a different question, but we're not just looking at 2023. We're looking at over time as well. There's just too much to present.
Right.
And so that doesn't necessarily control for that, but if we're looking at multiple data points, we also, if they're always over the summer and that's an issue, then they're always going to be an issue.
Right.
But if they could be an issue, with multiple data points, we're hopefully limiting that, but that's something I can look into as well.
All right, thank you. I can't take comment from the public right now, so sorry.
I'm going to go to the next.
Can I ask you one additional question? Sorry to interrupt. I'm not aware of how the American survey calculates, but is there a margin of error?
Yes.
How much?
Each data point has a different margin of error. So I don't have all of those available here, but if you are in one, all of this data is available publicly on data.census.gov. We're also happy to provide anything in particular that's of interest. So if you have margins of error that you are interested, we can provide them.
I was just wondering how precise the data is.
Thank you, Liz. Liz was confirming that the American Community Survey happens throughout the year. Okay. So that should account for that concern. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to the next slide. Thank you, everyone who's helping me advance. So this is an example of data that's not from the census, but it's also publicly available. This is through Zillow. The ZHVI is an index that basically looks at home value from 35th to 65th percentile, which, the middle number there is 50. So it's just another way of looking at that middle range median housing. And this data in particular is from June 2024 in all these areas. As you can see in Evanston, from that data point, the home value, which is different from home sales price, they're taking those data and a lot of other data and computing this information overall. You can see that one bedrooms, that dollar amount is about $215,000, and 5+ bedrooms are over $1.1 million. The areas that are most similar, again, are Oak Park, this time Lincolnwood and Wilmette, but there are some pretty large discrepancies. As you can see, Wilmette is significantly more expensive on the 5+ bedrooms, but those are the ones that are most similar in terms of price point.
Did you say this was an average or a median?
This is a typical value for a home in the 35th to 65th percentile is the way that Zillow calculates this particular index. So it would, does that make sense? It's sort of neither, but I would say it's more a median, because it's not getting skewed by anything above 65% that could be 20 million. Those are ignored, and it's just focused on 35 to 65. So another way of looking at it is it's like an average of the 35 to 65 range.
Okay, average is more helpful than median, I think.
Okay. I'm happy to provide more like links to data and there's data dictionaries, et cetera. But in general, it's trying to limit the extremes influence on that data point. If there was a $100 million home, we're not accounting for that.
I think this is an important slide because people are talking about how expensive things are in Evanston, but there are other communities that have different zoning and different price points. So I think it's just important to understand if this is average or median or what.
Understood. I agree. It shows that of these areas, Evanston is the most expensive in most categories except for Wilmette. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So there's a couple on economy and a couple on transportation, and then I'm going to pass it on to Liz. The sources used here don't have information for Lincolnwood because it's too small, and Rogers Park and Westridge because of it's not a municipality. In general, we're trying to use data where we can compare to everything, but when we can't get that, we still want to have access to this type of information. So here we're looking at both unemployment rate and the size of the labor force. So as you can see, 51% of the population is in the labor force in Evanston, and the unemployment rate is 3.6. This is from 2023, and this data comes from the state of Illinois. And again, Oak Park and Skokie end up being the most similar in this situation. Here we're looking at folks who live in Evanston as a reminder. A couple different ways to look at employment data is folks who work in Evanston or folks who live in Evanston. And we're going to look at that next, but this is folks who live in Evanston regardless of where they work. So we're going to go to the next slide now. And so now we're looking at all jobs in Evanston, regardless of where people live, based on a variety of business codes and grouped together. So as you can see in Evanston, educational services is almost 1/3, and a close second is healthcare and social assistance, together making up about 57%. Leisure and hospitality, which includes workers in restaurants and hotels, is another major one. And from a comparison standpoint here, Oak Park and Rogers Park are fairly similar. Rogers Park has a much larger manufacturing. I think there's an S&C Electric, I think, is a large manufacturing plant that throws that number off significantly. And then if we can go on to transportation and commuting, both of these data are now again from the American Community Survey from 2023. So we're looking at how people commute. This is just to and from a job, not other types of travel that's done. And so you can see in Evanston, 42% drive alone, which is on the relatively low side in comparison to most of these other comparable communities. And then working from home is pretty high. This is a 5-year estimate. That means it includes the high point of the pandemic. And so there's an understanding that that data likely would change as we move forward. But there also has been significant increases from the norm previously. And so the comparison here is, again, most similar to Oak Park and West Ridge in terms of commuting patterns. Lastly, another key information of transportation is going to be access to a vehicle. So if we can go to the next slide. Evanston residents have access here to anywhere between 0 and 4+ vehicles. As you can see, about half have access to 1, and then a little bit less than a third have access to 2, and a meaningful amount, 16%, have access to 0. And comparatively, Oak Park and West Ridge are pretty similar on the 0 vehicle side. It's relatively high other than City of Chicago as a whole, and Rogers Park in particular. So that's an example of how we're trying to talk about data more in response to that request, how we've been looking at data and will continue to do so. If there's any, again, suggestions, if a community should be removed, added another geography, something else that would be helpful, this would be a good time to, not this moment, but as part of this conversation would be a good time to do so that we can incorporate that into the plan.
I have a quick question on this slide here. We probably don't have any idea about why people want a vehicle, I'm guessing. There is nothing that supports that. We just know how many vehicles they have. So we don't know if people have vehicles because they need vehicles or if they want vehicles.
From the census, that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted...
Yeah, there may be other data sources that likely are not Evanston specific, but that sort of talk about choice versus lack of option.
Right. All right. Thank you.
I have one question more. Sorry to... Is this data all collected by the city staff?
All collected?
Yes.
Yes.
Good for you. It's great. Was it given to the HDR team and when?
Say that again?
Was it given to the HDR team?
And when? No, it has not been. No.
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 Are you going to give it to them? Are they going to use it for changes in the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, thank you, Uri, and he does deserve major kudos. He's really impressive when it comes to looking at data and extrapolating, findings from it.
Why didn't you put him on the team?
He's been on the team the entire
HDR.
time.
HDR.
No comment. So what I'm going to talk about right now is, as we proceed forward, we recognize that you have received a ton of feedback throughout this process and ultimately need to make some sort of recommendation to the city council. And so the team, based on everything we've heard, based on some of the things that I think the staff also thinks are important to integrate into this particular draft, we've developed what we're calling a change option document, which was in your packet this evening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly just orient you to what we're talking about with some of these changes, and then I'm going to turn it back over to you. I'm not going to go through each one of these options because they were in your packet, but I just wanted to start with some of the things that staff will not request motions or direction from the Land Use Commission. These are things that just out the gate will be incorporated into the version that travels to the city council. So
By that, excuse me, I sort of got the sense of that what we have right now is very incomplete. It's not even a revised comp plan. It's a list of to-dos.
correct.
But you just said that we're not going to see the answers to this. We're not going to see any more. We're not going to see a plan before it goes to council. Is that the idea?
At this point, we're asking for recommendations from the Land Use Commission in terms of changes they would like to see incorporated based on, and then it would move forward to City Council and those revisions would be incorporated. Keep in
we
mind,
don't know the answers to some of these things. I could find them, but where you say, well, we'll study this. Okay, well, what's the result of that study? I just feel like if we're supposed to pass judgment on the plan, we need to see the plan. Simple.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate your feedback. I think the way that it's been structured and the conversations we've had with the chair is he's asked us to prepare for you all for your consideration change options. It's really difficult for staff to redraft a new plan for your consideration without understanding what changes you want to see happen. So that's why we're here to have these conversations.
I totally understand.
Yep.
I think that the steps are, you've done this, and then we have comments on this, and then you do the things that are in the to-do list, and then we see the results of that, and then we make a recommendation, and then it goes to council. That seems like the plan. That will take a while to do that. So that's what I'm getting at. Like, are we shortcutting the LUC review process?
I will let you guys determine that and give direction to staff on how you would like us to proceed.
Okay, but that I got it right though. That the intent was to give us this list of to-dos, and then we make comments or whatever, and then it goes some time later. It goes to council without us seeing it. That was the intent.
Correct. You're providing direction and input into the plan, the draft plan. That is my understanding, of discussions. I don't know, Chair, if you want to share anything from your perspective.
I mean, this is the discussions that we've had based on the timing that is being directed
That's
to us.
exactly the point.
It is exactly the point, and I'm hoping that when City Council has their discussion on Monday night, we will be able to get some clarification on some of this stuff.
Okay.
As of right now, this is the plan, the timing that we have been given in order to get something to City Council on their timeline.
The other part of this, and I just talked about us, but it's all these concerned citizens out there. When do they get a chance to review, the plan?
So that would be as part of the City Council process.
And the City Council will hold hearings like we do?
I have not gotten direction from the City Council on how they'd like to process this plan.
Yeah, they typically don't.
All right, let's just move through where we are right now. And if you want to kind of highlight the areas that have been talked about. And then obviously any decisions that we make will be reflective of our comfort with where we are in the process at the time we're asked to turn it over to City Council.
Thank you, Chair. So here on the screen is an example of some of the data that we're looking at incorporating into the draft plan as it travels to the City Council. It's not necessarily that this would be the exact format, but we just wanted to provide an example that we would integrate in charts to substantiate a lot of the information in the current draft. Here's another formatting of the same information to kind of show the breakdown of race. Again, it's just a different visualization of the data in a table form. And this would be integrated throughout to speak to some of the concerns about having data to support the plan. In addition, we've heard loud and clear and agree wholeheartedly that citations need to be incorporated throughout the document. So this is just an excerpt from the current plan in the housing chapter, which talks about the increasing housing, that increase the housing supply, which is one of the items that the housing chapter touches on. And here we've included 2 sources to substantiate the information in the plan. Again, this would be integrated throughout every chapter, and sources would be cited. And I don't know off the top of my head, maybe Allison can tell me a number of approximately how many items we've already identified in terms of citations. I will move on and have them respond. There's 66 that staff has identified at this point. In addition, these are things you've heard tonight, and we agree. Looking at expanding the Parks and Open Space chapter, our understanding is that the Parks and Recreation Board has been working with staff and will recommend additional content for the Parks and Open Space chapter ahead of the City Council's consideration. In addition, there is a need to address accessibility throughout the plan. So we'll be working to integrate more information to align with the city's ADA transition plan. We also have heard concerns about the way that the current draft kind of speaks to downtown and the downtown core in general. So that will be reframed, and the scale of future development should be further evaluated, we believe, and public space and amenities should be expanded to support Evanston's densest neighborhood. We also have heard and agree that there needs to be increased content addressing environmental injustices in the plan. We want to clarify unemployment data, and then also integrate additional housing data, including the supply density, unit mix, vacancy rates in comparable communities. So basically the information that was reviewed with you all this evening. Then it gets into more of the change options that we'd like direction from the commission on this evening. And I do have these available. The one thing we've heard quite a bit from commission members is the need for metrics to evaluate the implementation of this plan over time to understand its impacts and effect in various areas. So we have identified several metrics that we would want to be included here. Also, we've heard that there needs to be more of an emphasis on health. Currently, policies are kind of weaved throughout the plan.
Excuse me, can you go back to the metrics? Where are these metrics listed?
So these are in attachment 1
Attachment 1.
of your packet. Which link of the presentation?
Oh, it's this list.
Right after the change options.
Which page?
It says metrics vision, number 1 on the top. It's a list.
This one?
Commissioner Merishef, does this list include the measurement of success, results, whatever that you were talking about?
About that, but I will let Liz finish and I'll talk about this. I have plenty of questions yet.
Okay. Well, and can I, also on the metrics, these are really good. Thank you. But in addition to these numbers, which am I interpreting it correctly? These are baseline. These are like baseline,
condition.
like current status.
Correct.
So great. But also it'd be helpful to know what is the goal, right?
That's what we're talking about.
Right.
We are seeking your direction on that this evening based on these metrics. So that's your role to tell staff what you think the goal should be as part of this discussion. So I think any feedback you have, if you want to see them trending up or down, are important to note.
Should we do that now or not later or what? Okay.
We also have heard community systems. So this is the last one I'm going to cover, and then I'll turn it back over to you. we've heard from the Land Use Commission that we need to integrate further information throughout the plan related to the school district, hospitals, university, public safety, and I think there's some others that we've captured, but this is just a snippet. So that would be integrated throughout the document, and we would try to highlight where these items kind of impact the various goals of the plan.
I think that, particularly with this section, I think we need a chapter that, I don't think integrating it and sprinkling it through our existing chapters is going to work.
Okay, thank you. I
think-
appreciate that, and we'll look forward to hearing from the rest of the commission on their feedback on that particular option. So I'm going to turn it over to you. These are just a starting point. In addition to the 31 that were in the packet, I'm certain you all have other recommended changes that you would like to see integrated into the draft plan as we move forward. If we can keep focused on that as much as possible, I would appreciate it. If you need staff or have questions as you go through your discussion, we're here to support you. Thank you.
All right. Can we go back?
I'm actually going to say one more thing. I'm sorry, Chair. It's getting late, so so when we go through this, there were a couple of prompts in your packet. Do you recommend that any and all of the change options are included? Any specific metrics that are there that you would like to see included, or any additional changes that you'd like to recommend? So these are the kind of guiding discussion questions I think that we'd like to start with, if possible. And then you were saying, Chair, you wanted me to go back.
So if we can go back in the slides to, let's skip metrics for right now and start with the health section, and we'll just kind of briefly discuss this. This is going to be a discussion, so I don't necessarily want to be calling on people, but if we can kind of focus in on this, and if people can sort of just weigh in on whether they think these are good ideas, bad ideas, whether they need to be further expanded, or things that maybe we don't care about being included, whatever. But that's where I want to kind of go with this. Commissioner Lindwall is.
Since this was my idea. The reason, well, first of all, it seems to me that we're talking about a comprehensive plan, and a comprehensive plan, in my view, is really about two things. It's about people and it's about place. We have a vision that really talks about people, what people desire living in Evanston, and then a traditional comprehensive plan usually has all of the place-based elements, the public buildings, the housing, the economic development, the placemaking. And in reading just reading through the vision and a lot of kind of the concerns people had, a healthy community is what we're going for. And it has aspects in terms of public safety. People are not going to go out and exercise if they can't go to do that safely. You want to have people living in a healthy living environment, so you don't want mold and asbestos or lead paint or any of those kinds of issues that affect people's health. You've got a statement in the plan basically saying that the life expectancy between varies by as much as 13 years, depending on the neighborhood you live in. And I think that it's really kind of important to include this. I mean, it's 50 years ago, that's not how plans were done. But I think in this day and age, how people live and being able to live well in a community is pretty important. And it gets into the environmental justice components that that have been mentioned in various places. So that's, and we have an E-plan that outlines a whole lot of things that, the community can and should be doing to improve people's health. So, I kind of went through the E-plan and pulled up a bunch of different ideas to include. So, and you've got the care team now with trying to deal with mental health, homelessness, There are a lot of different aspects that I think this plan would benefit from their inclusion. So that's why I suggested that.
I also think that one of the things that kind of needs to tie in along with that is as we look at remediating our brown spaces, of which we do have some still in the city, and planning on how to deal with those. We do, as we look at, in this plan, we look at repurposing our industrial areas into the innovation and creativity, is that what they're? Creation and Innovation District. That lots of those areas that are defined are areas that are currently potentially in brownfields. And so as we look at changing those, kind of how does that play in? And I don't think that necessarily is a whole separate chapter, but I think it's something that we need to keep in mind as we look at every aspect of changing the use in specific areas and what underlying health issues are potentially there.
So are you advocating for a single chapter? And have you ever seen this in other comp plans where it's
Not necessarily a comprehensive plan, but I certainly have seen it with strategic neighborhood revitalization plans. And I think that, in some of the neighborhood revitalization plans I've been involved with cover pretty large geographic areas. And, and the basic premise is that, people can't thrive if they're not healthy or not living in a healthy environment. So I think I think
part of what I'm asking is whether this should be a single chapter, or because all these things affect other chapters.
They do. But I think that there is value in including a chapter that deals with people. I mean, maybe it's the people chapter that deals with public safety, and some of the other ideas that are not physical or place.
I think this also could be an area where we keep talking about an anti-displacement plan to go along as part of this, and we never really we just kind of say we want to do that in the housing chapters, but we don't really talk too much about it, and maybe that's something that also could fall into this category.
Well, and when I was proposing or sent my suggestion into staff, I was calling it resident resilience and empowerment. It was kind of my initial thought, but I think that I think someplace in here we ought to have a chapter that really deals with kind of people issues and that tie back to the vision that is not all physical. So that's my proposal.
My just overall thought is that the metrics have to be good enough that they're really clear and they're tied to the vision kind of priorities, and then the policy has to follow after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have to, we've been talking a lot about tonight about housing and affordability. Like, for example, maybe we want our population density over the next 20 years to increase by 5%, right? That's something, right? And then we can come up with policies to then try to achieve that. But without a specific goal that is tied to the metric, we're kind of grasping at these policies, which we think are going to do something, but we don't know where we're going.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody has an idea about what the effect of that is, because people were saying, well, this is going to be immediate, and no, it's not going to be immediate. That kind of thing too.
So I really like these metrics as a starting point. I think they need to be further connected to the goals and also connected to each one of the vision priorities.
So in these metrics, this is my, let's say, standard question. We have the current value. Do we have what we want to achieve?
That's what I'm saying. That's the goal.
Exactly.
Right.
And I believe this is the task that we gave to HDR to make the prognosis and to make a suggestion or a proposal what's best for this city after 20 years.
Well, I think that the other problem is that, we can make suggestions in certain areas that we have some expertise, but in other areas, other boards and commissions are much better. I mean, they have much more background and expertise than we do. I mean, with respect to trying to improve resident health, which I think is one of the, kind of one of the goals or the part of our vision. I could see, metric, going, we want to make sure that the life expectancy in all wards, the life expectancy in the lowest ranked, ward is equivalent to the ward where people live the longest. I think that would be a goal.
You mentioned HDR. I don't know HDR, and I don't know what expertise they have in this particular issue, but wouldn't we reach out to health providers as a source for these recommendations?
Well, the E-Plan actually does have metrics and target, and I don't know that, and I presume that other documents that we have some sort of metrics and targets. But, I think that we're not well equipped to, determine what the appropriate metric is or what the goal should be. I think they're important to include, but that's something that needs to, really happen and probably ought to happen before this goes to the city council.
Personally, I will support the chapter health.
Okay.
I think it's important. So I believe it's good to be included. The question is, can it be included? Can it be discussed? Can it have the metrics? Can it have the goals?
I think it needs to be drafted. I think it should be drafted. But, and again, I think that, the staff is in a much better position to figure out what it should say, what information should be included. So any other takers on a health chapter or something similar?
I think it's a great idea. And I'll rely on your thought that it should be in a consolidated chapter. I'm not sure, but.
Well, I think it can be. I think that there are a number of topics that can be incorporated into something along those lines.
I agree with Commissioner Lindwall on the health chapter.
I mean, I support it, and I think when we look at some of the metrics that we have, some of those metrics are really directly related into health. Life expectancy, lead exposure, greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, that affects people's health. When we talk about some of the other things that are in here, they don't really quite touch into health, but some of them do. I mean, housing cost burden. I mean, if you're constantly worried, when we talk about mental health, you're constantly worried about how you're paying for your home. That becomes an issue. And again, I think some of these are metrics that have to be decided by other commissions and or city council. We have a limited knowledge of some of this. I mean, lead exposure, sure, I think lead exposure should go down. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. Life expectancy probably should go up.
Yeah. Housing maintenance ought to go up.
Those sorts of things. But it's what numbers are we aiming for? I don't know what are realistic numbers in
That's what I'm asking. If we don't know, I doubt the council's going to know.
No, but we
So
have other commissions that do exist.
Okay,
that
well
can
then we
address
need
these
to.
issues. We have a health department. We have
Okay.
equity.
So
and
the
empowerment.
task should be directly given to them.
So I think it's a task of helping those committees, commissions, boards have to help guide those metrics. We aren't able to do all of that on our own. I think there are some that are directly in our wheelhouse. Things like population density. That's obviously a land use issue. Some of these things, and just kind of looking through them in sort of what areas committees would be suited. Sales tax revenue is obviously a council and economic development committee.
Mentioned next week we're going to hear from commissions. Obviously, we're not going to hear from all of these commissions because they haven't even been asked to do anything yet. It's not true? Oh.
Several city commissions and committees have been meeting on this for months now.
And what about this particular issue?
Health, the internal staff have been working on this particular recommendation and outlining what they would recommend in terms of a chapter for HDR's consideration.
But will we hear about that next week?
If you're giving us direction, we can provide more detail in terms of an outline, but we will not have a chapter drafted by next week.
I would love to see the outline for next week. I think, if the question is, I didn't see any of these that I had a particular problem with including. So I think, is that what direction you're getting? Should we include all of these?
I think that if you all are in agreement that all of these options are good options to consider, we don't have to go through them one by one. If there's any that I would say it would probably be better, and Chair, I'm sorry, but maybe if there are things that you have concerns about within the change option matrix, that maybe be the focus rather than going through them one-to-one.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Well, I think maybe what we do is just briefly go through one-to-one, and just if there are issues that anyone has with that, then let's address those rather than having to say we support this one or whatever. We'll just kind of assume they're all supported unless you hear differently. So that way we can kind of move through these a little more quickly. So moving on to the next one, which is community health system, community systems and policies. This is something I think that we've kind of all talked about already, about needing to have something that deals specifically with, in particular, our school districts, including the university. Public buildings is one that I'm noticing isn't on there, but we have a lot of old aging public buildings like the one we're currently sitting in the fire and police department. So kind of what is our vision for those types of facilities as well? Is there anything anybody has a particular issue? Commissioner Johnson.
Can I just add something? And we're looking at the numbers on the table with the green heading, right? That's the one I can refer to.
Yep.
Okay. So
it's also in our memo broken down. They follow this
right.
category.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that if I reference line 12, that we're all talking about the same thing. Okay. Excuse me. So on line 12, it says enhanced communication between the city and Northwestern concerning long-range planning and development issues. Just a suggestion for consideration is that our school district, particularly D65, has some long-range planning issues. So similar, we don't know what's going to happen, but they seem to have a surplus of properties. And that just adding something about enhancing communication between the city, Northwestern, and the public school districts for repurposing, disposal, reuse of their properties should that
adaptive reuse.
Yeah, adaptive reuse. Thank you. Put it professionally, but yes, that.
All right. Anything else real quick on this?
I think, well, it kind of goes to both this one and then the putting assets to work policy. There are a couple of issues that I think that we kind of are going to need some direction from the city council. Number one is, for decades, the policy has been when schools close, we should acquire the city should acquire the property for open space, since we have about half of the recommended amount of open space for our population. And, there are other goals like in the putting assets to work that talk about, using, city tot lots and, maybe parking lots to build housing, which, using parks for transferring parks and making them now housing seems to be in conflict with the goal of increasing the supply of open space. So I think that's, kind of some high level discussion about whether or not they want to really abandon what has been, decades long policies, given, whatever the current needs or goals of the community are. I think that discussion really kind of needs to happen. And so I think that I don't know how that happens, because we don't really have an opportunity at the moment, the way the process is structured, for the council to provide any input or feedback into the plan that we're recommending. It's going to be whatever they decide to do at the end, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily the proper approach to planning.
I think we all have to be very cognizant of what we would like the process to be is not fully within our control at this point. And I think next week, when we are deliberating on this, we can make our opinions known to council. But in terms of the process moving forward, we are moving forward with this unless we hear differently on Monday night from city council. And so, yes, there's lots of nice to haves to make the process better. But if we aren't afforded the time and tools to do that, then we have to move forward with what we're given. And this is the same as any other project that comes before this board. We have people who have come before us and presented ideas that weren't fully baked, and we've said, we've either voted to deny or told them to come back later. And so I think that this is exactly, the city is a client or an applicant just like anybody else is an applicant. If we don't feel comfortable with the information, then we make our decisions based on the information as it's provided to us.
But we have told applicants to, I remember one instance, and I can't remember it specifically, where we said, we don't have enough information. Go back, resubmit.
Yep.
And there's examples where we don't have enough information and we still approve it.
Right. Yep. So this is exactly moving the same way. All right. In kind of moving forward through some of these other things, we've kind of touched base a little bit on putting our assets to work and future land use strategies. I'm sorry, yes. Those two, talking about, sort of our parks and some of those types of issues. The future land use strategy, this kind of plays into the trends that was presented in the May workshop, in which the vision statement was drafted, and sort of talks about the various things that we see happening as trends that are anticipated by people in the next 20 years, some of which are very easy to understand and are things that we can kind of put a pulse on. Others are things that are so in their infancy, and I'm thinking in particular technology with AI, with the fourth industrial revolution, these sorts of things, that it just becomes very hard for us to put those in. I think that's I think that that is really kind of an appendix to the comp plan as opposed to something that's incorporated into the comp plan, because it's something that I feel will change over time as opposed to something that's a little more concrete or policy direct or vision directed. Some of these things are trends that we don't have control over. It's just things that we see occurring nationally, internationally, in the state, whatever.
On this putting assets to work, you reference a report, putting assets to work report. We haven't seen that, have we?
It is publicly available and
It
has
is?
been received and placed on file by the city council. I think, do you know it?
Is it, where would I find that in Vision?
It's on the city's website. It was a
So not-
separate report, not connected at all with Envision Evanston 2485. This was a grant that the city received. A report was generated. Several city facilities and lots were identified for potential future consideration.
It's on the council's,
If you search City of Evanston putting assets to work, it should come up in a search.
Okay.
Anything else on emerging trends?
No, I mean, when we get through this, I have some questions about this chapter and the land use policy chapter, but I'll hold those.
Okay, my suggestion was that this not become a chapter or be integrated into a chapter, but be used as an appendix to the document.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Moving on to land use policies. Several policies from past comprehensive plans related to land use are still relevant and will help support the implementation of goals in the comprehensive plan. Further looking into adaptive reuse of existing buildings.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to suggest is as I read the 180 pages of comments, there was a lot on the land use section, and I can't quote them, but I think there were some suggestions of things that should be included, and I can't remember what they were. But if you do go through those 180 pages, I think you'll find a lot of suggestions that are good. So.
Anybody have anything else to add on land use policies?
I have something like both a question and, let's say, some thinking. And it is connected to the density and to the housing. And I know that maybe we'll talk about this later, but I just want to, let's say what I think about the methods and about the things that were given to us. So I appreciate very, very much what the staff showed tonight, the tables with all the data. And I'm a kind of confused that it was not in front of the design team and not taken in consideration when certain policies and certain tendencies were given in the comprehensive plan. So I'll go back a little bit to that. And what I would say, and there was a lot of discussion about housing and the people that came tonight and all these meetings. In urban planning and in comprehensive plan, master planning, any urban planning, the most important thing is the density of habitat, people on, let's say, square mile here. And then there's another thing that is called intensity, which is square footage of building area towards the total area of the city. So in both things, Evanston is a kind of a dense, 10,000 people per square mile is a little bit less than Chicago, but it is more, for instance, than Los Angeles. So 10,000 people is quite dense. if we increase the intensity of the land, I mean the building footprint, then we risk going into the balance between building or built area and green area. And Evanston is not good with the green area. We have 5 acres per 1,000 people, which is less than half of the country. Parameter for the same things. So I don't want to make conclusions or proposals. This is not my role. I want to point that this thing has to be taken very seriously by the design team and propose the best option for Evanston as a balance, once again, between density of people per square mile, intensity of building, of built area towards the total area of the city, and the balance with the green area. On top of that, I will mention 2 things that I already noticed and that I believe are missing, and it's good to have them. It is in the transportation section, we don't have a traffic study for the whole city. How much we need to increase our transportation area if needed? Do we need to enlarge cities? How are our worst intersections? You know, and everybody struggles with some of the intersections. And then parking study. We talked about removing the minimum parking, but we don't have numbers. How much? How many? What will be the ratio between people, cars, parking spaces? This is something that it's basic. I'm sorry to say that, but it's basic in urban planning. And these things are missing, and I believe we should have them.
Can I add to that? One of the, I think some numbers can be misleading if you look at a whole area, like if you look at all of LA versus the boundaries of Evanston, there could be, misleading thoughts. So one of the people that I made a comment that I read said that we should be more focused on neighborhoods. And it especially applies, I think, to the green space because, frankly, where I live, there's a park. Everywhere you turn, there's a park. But I know that in other areas, maybe the Fifth Ward, I'm not sure, but I could guess that is absolutely not the case, and you're lacking in parks. So when you look at green space and you come up with a goal of X square foot per person, that doesn't tell you where the problem is. It just doesn't, And so that's why I think that the suggestion of looking at this, per neighborhood is a good one. I don't know how you define neighborhoods. Maybe you look at wards. Everybody knows the wards. So maybe it's per ward. But these things that we're talking about, I think there are problems in the Fifth Ward that are not in the Seventh Ward. So when you generalize it, it doesn't accomplish anything.
So agreed.
Another comment on this. Are we talking about land use strategy?
We're down to the parks, I think.
Well, we're kind of grouping some things together because there's kind of some overlap.
I was going to say something on land use policies. There hasn't been a mention in all the discussions about housing. Some residents have brought up that, we need to balance, this idea of having more affordable with not doing anything bad to the current neighborhoods. And so, one of our standards, I believe, is that when we review projects, we say, does it have a negative effect on the adjacent properties? And I think that's an important one, and that's nowhere in this comp plan as a goal. That there should be, I think that's just really important because we speak of these things like they're absolutes, like we're doing this and we're doing it everywhere. But no, it has to be more sensitive than that. So.
The standard as it's put is that it will not have a substantial adverse impact on neighboring properties, uses and everything like that. And so I just want to clarify that because it is different from it will not have a negative impact.
I used the wrong.
No, that's the only reason I just want to make that clarified for anybody who's listening in. I think we understand that, but it's not that it will not have a negative impact because almost everything we approve has some level of negativity in areas, whether it's increased parking or loss of some light or something like that. So just so people understand, listening to this at home, if someone's still watching this at home, it's a balancing act there on the wanting things to be changed, but not detrimental.
Yeah, that's why I said balance. Yeah,
to other places.
Yeah. I want to go back to data. I think this belongs in data, but I had it in the other section. So the idea that Evanston, I mean, a lot of this is based on Evanston population increasing. And yet when I look at the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, I forget how far back that chart goes, where Evanston's population has basically stayed the same. So what data do we have that says that our population is going to increase?
So the process that the consultant team took to arrive at the draft estimate that's currently in the draft plan was to take a look at history as it relates to Evanston's population over time. And based on that review of history and population growth, they extrapolated that that over the 20-year period and arrived at the current estimate in the draft.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that because when I look at the chart, and I know there's bars and they vary a little bit, but when I look at it between 1970 and now, there really hasn't been an increase. The other fact is that there are less children in the school system. The reason may be that the quality of the schools is so bad that people put their kids into private schools. So it may not be about population, but even if you look at the population trends, I don't see where the increase comes from.
Along that point, so they did not rely on any data from CMAP for the population estimate?
They also took a look at CMAP's information as it relates to population.
Okay. Along that point, kind of, because I was playing around a little bit with American Community Survey data, and I am not an expert. But I did manage to look at the 2023 total profile, and we have 34,462 housing units, according to that, with 3,037 of them vacant. And, just playing with the current household size, that if you were to fill all those units, you'd have an additional almost 69,000 residents. And, the population estimate that is in the plan for 2045 is really adding an additional 6,300 or 6,400 residents. So, just assuming that all the units that are vacant now were occupied, we have enough housing. Now, granted, I know there's supply and demand, and there's always a kind of a basic amount of vacancy that you have everywhere. But, that current housing stock would not include the development on Custer we just approved, the Legacy, either of the giant multifamily buildings that developers are proposing. Or the couple of affordable housing projects that have been approved in the last year. So I think that the notion of, having to build lots of new units in order to accommodate our housing, the anticipated population growth, we may have the units we need in the pipeline already. So then the question, but 3,000 vacant units is a lot. And so the question becomes, and most of them are rental. I think probably 2/3 of them were rental, and I don't remember what the exact numbers were because I didn't write them down. But that kind of raises the question as to why the units are vacant. Are the landlords asking too much money? Are they, being used as Airbnbs? Are they in deteriorated condition so they can't be rented, like the units on Wesley? And I think we ought to have a better understanding of that. And the other thing I noticed when I was playing around that, there's a table asking whether or not residents had moved in, when they, people who had moved into their units 2021 and later. And it was, 15% for the owner-occupied units, and it was 65% for the rental units, which again raises questions about what's happening with our rental market. So that's just something.
To add to that, and I think this one's really important, I haven't seen a metric on how many, and you could define it however you want to define it, how many affordable housing units we have and how many do we need. Like everybody talks, we need more. Well, what's more? Is it 10 more units? 2,000 more units? What is it? I think that's an important metric. And how much do we have now? And maybe even a chart that says each year that we've been doing this, how many affordable have we created? I think that's an important one because there's so much emphasis on affordable.
I also think along those lines there is, and this isn't something for us to solve with this, but there is something to be said for what are our goals for affordable housing. If we keep building affordable housing to meet the need, and Evanston is recognized as a leader in affordable housing, are we constantly building additional affordable housing because people are realizing this is a community that builds affordable housing, and does it become a constant game of catch up? It's, I think we need to provide affordable housing, but what is our goal for affordable housing in the city?
Forgive me, but I have to excuse myself.
I have a question.
Yes.
About affordable housing. I know that Evanston allows for the accessory dwelling units. How many of those are being built and how many of those are available for affordable housing? Is that something we can?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe we have an estimate of the number of ADUs that were permitted since the new policy was approved in 21, I believe, which was approximately 40 something. And then the number that have actually been, that's permitted, and the number that have been completed and given a certificate of occupancy is closer to 10. And in terms of affordable, the one, I just a reminder that at least from a staff perspective, when we speak about affordable on this high level, we're talking about household spending 30% or less of their household income, regardless of their income. That's what we're talking about on a massive level. So the number that are subsidized or in some type of program, I don't think we're aware of any. Though there may be households who are spending 30% or less of their income on those, whether they're rental or home ownership. I think they're all rental.
Thank you.
I want to add something to your comment, Chair Rogers. There are many theories about urban planning and about sustainable cities and so on and so on. There is one that I usually use, and it's called the threshold theory. Every city has a threshold of population and of buildings that after it is exceeded, it becomes uncomfortable for its citizens. So we cannot make too many, we cannot increase the population over the threshold. What's the threshold for Evanston? I don't know.
Right.
And I was hoping that the consultants will give us the threshold. Whether 87,000 people in 2045 is the correct number, and is this the threshold, or does it exceed it, or is it lower? I cannot say. But somebody has to have the answer, and this is a really important thing.
Well, and I think also it matters in where our growth occurs. You know, we kind of talked about 10,000 being the rough number of people per square mile, but I can guarantee you that the people per square mile in my neighborhood are not the same as the people per square mile in George's neighborhood.
That's why I think the neighborhood idea is a good one.
Right.
Words.
Yeah. All right. Kind of moving along here. We've kind of touched on parks and open spaces. And I think part of the discussion there really involves a couple different things in terms of the plan identifies wanting to build in certain open spaces or parks that we have, providing housing there. We've heard some concerns about what the school district is going to be doing potentially for adaptive reuse of buildings, or if they sell them outright or what. So I think that's something. I also know the Parks and Rec Board is working on expanding this area, so I don't want us to spend a ton of time on it. So
There's a new chapter in this article. It's from the Evanston Now. I just wondered if that's, are they still working on this, or? There's a new, it's like this, and, you know, it's all redlined and all that. That's what Parks and Parks Board is. It's in progress.
Right.
Okay, all right.
So they vote on it after we do our recommendations.
Yep.
Okay.
So all boards and commissions were notified when the draft was released and were asked to prepare comments for the city council's consideration. So that's why it's happening after the 15th.
all right. Moving along to economic development policies. There was a comment about financial literacy being part of this.
That was my suggestion as well. And again, the reason it kind of goes to the health and well-being, kind of the people component. You know, if the goal is to help vulnerable population households increase wealth and really be able to live in Evanston, financial literacy is you know, a component of that.
All right.
I get a question on economic development. When I think of economic development, I think of downtown, and when I think of downtown, I think of all the empty retail. I know there's a statement or something that says, yeah, we got to fill the retail, but to me, that should have more emphasis, like, what are things we can do? Are there incentives to real retailers that we could do? What are the reasons why retailers or the restaurants don't move to Evanston? They go to Wilmette. You know, what is it that's preventing our retail from being filled? I think it's a huge issue. I don't know how it's being addressed.
What we've heard from the retail districts is that one of the biggest barriers to citing new businesses in Evanston is our current regulations related to zoning and the process that they have to go through, in addition to permitting, all of the licensing and fees that come along with opening a business here.
That's common. I was involved in the task force in Winnetka, of all places, because they thought they had a problem with the retail. This was years ago. And that we found out that exactly was the problem. And they had all these building permit rules and things that they had to go through. So I just want to make, I want to, all of that, is that anywhere in this plan that we should do something about that?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed it. Okay.
All right. Housing policies, past policy related to city's housing inspection program was identified as still being relevant today.
With respect to the housing chapter, I think that we need to have a discussion on the ADU policy that we adopted, the city adopted 4 years ago. Because, and kind of, because essentially we already, allowing ADUs on any residential lot, we have effectively eliminated, we no longer have single family only zoning. I mean, you don't have to build a ADU if you don't want to. So, but I think that there needs to be some acknowledgement in the text that, Evanston, has already taken a step toward, more housing density, even in our single family neighborhoods. I think that and that's been accepted, so I think that increasing density has already happened. The question is whether or not 3 or 4 unit buildings should be allowed as well. But I think we ought to acknowledge in this plan that the city has taken steps. And I don't know who, or you may know, but I mean, wasn't there recent legislation at the state level intending to try to make rehabilitation of existing rental, either some tax incentives or something? I know I've read about it. I don't know what the status of that legislation ended up being. Does anyone know?
I don't have that information off the top of my head.
But
I'm
I
not
think
sure
that
what you're
that's,
referring to
but I think that
specifically.
that's something to kind of look at.
But I think we also have to be cognizant of the fact that it was just mentioned to us that we've had 10 ADUs permitted.
Right.
So we may have opened things up, but we also have not seen use of that. So interpret that as you will.
Yeah, and it may be that there really isn't that kind of demand for ADUs.
What about the issue of micro housing? I think we only had one project that came up, or maybe a couple.
We've had a couple over time.
Is that addressed at all?
Yeah. Microhomes is part of things.
It's in there?
Yep.
Sorry. Okay.
Placemaking arts and culture policies. This is some stuff that we have control over and some stuff we don't have control over. And looking at the first ones, or looking at these 3 things, really, rail embankment, underpasses, and stations are all controlled by other entities outside of the city. Whether it be CTA, Union Pacific, Metra. I don't know if Metra runs all their stuff on Union Pacific owned lines or not, but these are really entities other than the city in some of this stuff. And
Although rail embankments is something that the city, years ago on Green Bay Road contracted or made agreements. So
right, but it has to be done in conjunction with the owners of those.
Absolutely.
Those things, some of which are governmental agencies and some of which are private corporations. The last one is preservation policies. This is one that I still think is very muddy in the public's mind. We heard it again tonight about, what can be done in preservation districts. And of course, it's complicated by the fact that we have 2 different types of preservation districts within the city, some of which are federal and some of which are local. And what rules exist on each of those. So I think that part of that is going to have to be directed by the Preservation Commission with the input that they provide. But it's something that I think we need to say needs clarification. So that everyone's on the same page. And a lot of that clarification, I think, can come from preservation. But I also think that we need to, and I'll just say my own little 2 cents here. I think we need to look at preservation in the 21st century and look at, I would encourage the Preservation Commission and Council to look at the rules that we impose upon historic districts in particular. I think when you get to individually landmarked properties, it becomes very different. But in historic districts, we have a large number of properties that are not of any historic significance. And to impose the same level of rules upon all of those entities within these large districts seems troubling.
Has legal looked at our historic preservation ordinance recently? I'm just wondering because honestly, I feel like at least the way it's practiced is a little bit of a, I don't know. I mean, too much.
I think we just need to encourage Preservation and Council to look at that. I'm of the opinion that if Frank Lloyd Wright were designing houses today, he probably would be installing double pane windows. I don't know. I mean, there are certain technologies that exist today that didn't exist when some of these homes were built, and without drastically altering the character of the home or the appearance of the home, some of these things can be adapted in. But that's really up to Council and Preservation. I think we just need to maybe put something in there with Preservation's blessing that we need to look at modern building techniques and materials that can easily be adapted into our preservation ordinances.
Perfect example, and I don't remember where the house was, what street, but it was a woman that wanted a totally zero energy house, and she, the architect, who was Kipnis, I think, did a design, and the neighborhood said, no, that won't fit. And what he explained to them and finally got them to okay is it's about the proportions, it's about the transparency, it's about those basic things. It's not about whether it's brick or some other material. So I was on the Historic Preservation Commission for a while, and I know how they can be. And I think sometimes it's over the top. So, yeah.
All right. Commissioner Lindahl?
I'm sorry to do this, but I have a real problem trying to understand. This has to do with the future land use strategy chapter and then the land use chapter. First of all, in reading the future land use strategy chapter, we have this one page of kind of, here's how we're going to facilitate, future development. And then you have the future land use plan. And then you go into community context. And then you end up with kind of main themes of the plan, which it doesn't flow properly. And I have a real big problem with that. But more importantly, I don't understand where our centers and corridors are. I mean, I just don't. And, I understand if you were dealing with a community that was growing with lots of vacant land. I just don't get that as an organizing theme. And, we have a collection of eclectic neighborhoods. We don't have, even if you're thinking about Main Street or Central Street, the corridors don't have the same character. Our business districts are all mixed use districts. They all include housing, housing above retail. I mean, there are a few single story retail buildings around, but so I just don't get that as an organizing theme. Do you guys understand it?
Let me add to that, because I thought I understood it, and I thought it to mean the nodes were around transportation, and the corridors were Main Street, Dempster, Central, those areas, and what the goal early on, the goal that I read, which I was all for, was that there should be more density along those corridors. That's what I understood. And then I got the zoning ordinance. It was like, no, let's eliminate R1 and put density everywhere. So I didn't see a translation. I didn't see the goal of corridors and nodes translated into the zoning code.
well, it's not even included in the land use map. And it's a problem because, there's a statement that going, you should have, these centers should have robust transportation options and networks. And the plan doesn't really talk about how that happens. I understand that staff has talked to the CTA and PACE, but I can't imagine that they're offering to, install new bus routes in Evanston leading to wherever the employment centers are. So if you can't define what they are and, looking even at the corridors, the land use along the major transportation corridors changes from single family or multifamily and business to single family and back again. And our corridors don't connect to anything. I mean, that's the other thing. You have Chicago Avenue that goes from Howard Street, which is not really, it goes to Chicago and then it kind of, it runs into Sheridan Road and the campus, but there's a mix of use along the way at Central Street, which I would think is a major corridor. I mean, you have residential starting, you have the hospital, and then you have residential starting at the canal, and then you've got the business district with residential above.
Sure, that's what it is now. But what I thought you were saying, we're all saying this, what I thought you were saying is that, as a planning concept, that is where the density should be. Whether there's there's houses on Central, a few.
Yeah, but it doesn't connect to a center.
None of them do.
That's kind of.
No, it connects on the east to a
the hospital?
No, to a, wait a second.
There's a
to the metro stop. Yeah, metro stop.
There is, and a hospital.
Yeah.
But
it's to me that's kind of a node. Green Bay and Central is a node.
Yeah, but when this was brought up at the development scenario workshop, they were suggesting turning the Valley shopping center into a kind of mixed use shopping center residential, a la small version of what's planned for Old Orchard. And it's the kind of, it's a concept that's being done all over the country. But on the Valley site, you're dealing with a environmentally challenged site. It was a factory and it's all concrete, it's capped with asphalt. So I don't think it's clean enough for residential use. And the other place they were suggesting is the area around Grosse Pointe, Central Street, and Crawford, which again, we've had development proposals for around that area, and I don't know that would be a good center. So I think that unless you can define what a center and a corridor is, that concept should go away. And the other thing that we're suggesting is focusing all our capital improvement dollars in these centers and corridors. Well, I think we can all agree that there are plenty of capital improvement needs all over the city. And so focusing there, maybe others get what a corridor and I'll leave it to staff to explain what they think a center or corridor is.
I think the plan does provide a little bit of context on that, but your point is well taken, Commissioner Lin-Wall, and I don't think that staff disagrees that a map identifying the centers and corridors needs to be integrated. We requested that from HDR. And so in terms of corridors, those they're linear, major roads. So think Dempster, Central. You have northwest, corridors of Ridge, Chicago. It's all of our major arterial and roads.
But again, the land use character, it changes dramatically even along a corridor, which again, unless you can explain what it is you're trying to accomplish, that concept in this plan doesn't do us much good.
Do you have a suggestion or alternative?
I would drop the discussion of corridors and centers altogether, and I would focus on neighborhoods. I think, that's been a suggestion that we need to kind of identify neighborhoods that are lacking, for example, the parkland, maybe it has to, I don't like using wards, but, at least there are only 9 of them. Census tracts obviously don't work, but I think that there needs to be, some other organizing concept, or we just say Evanston is a very eclectic place with lots of different kinds of environments, because
That's like throwing up our hands.
well, I think,
We can't do this.
well, I think that, unless somebody can define, really centers and corridors in a meaningful manner. I know that there was that map presented some months ago that basically was identifying certain areas of potential growth, which just, was wrong.
May
Just because the
may I
court-
add
oh, excuse me.
something? I'm sorry. I understood, and maybe I'm wrong, but besides the transportation and the high density of living units by the centers and the corridors, we're talking about pedestrian corridors too. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would like to see something like that. And one of the biggest centers for me should be the lake. And we have nothing going to the lake in this plan. I want somehow some of the main corridors to end into the lake, because this is one of the best things for Evanston. That's the lake. So I don't know, maybe I am wrong. Maybe it's not in the part of centers and corridors, but I believe that pedestrian, I call it zones, are important. They have to start to be implemented in Evanston. We have great opportunity to make certain parts of our downtown strictly pedestrian, and part of it can go to the lake. That's my dream. I'm sharing it, but I think it's time to put something in this direction.
And maybe what we do, maybe our centers are not high-density residential areas, which is kind of what the consultant team, or they can be, kind of from the placemaking aspects. It can be the lake, or it could be Loveless Park, or it could be, the high school, or, in Church and Dodge. And it could be any number of things, but whatever the consultant team was thinking. I mean, they asked us what we thought our centers and corridors were. And I was at all of the focus group meetings and the development workshop. And frankly, no one could come up with anything, because that's not how we think of Evanston.
And maybe this is wacko to even mention this, but when you think about the great plans of, City of Chicago plan and all that, to me, it's about centers and corridors, I mean, that defined a little bit differently. But that's why I don't want to give up on it, because I think it's a great planning tool. It makes a lot of sense for density, for transportation, for, I don't know, lots of things. But I think, and maybe in Evanston, they're not complete. The corridors aren't complete, but maybe in the future they could be. And maybe that's what you're saying about the lakefront.
And I think that's part of what we're dealing with, is that we have a very built environment.
Yeah,
and
sure.
So, Dempster becomes very residential when you go east of about Chicago, really.
Well, and it's pretty residential as soon as you get past.
Well, but then going back the other way, you also have categories like that.
Yeah.
So
Maybe think of it as kind of a node with fingers, because it doesn't, they're not corridors that go from one end of the city to the other or whatever.
Right.
But they're fingers, and those fingers still support the node, or vice versa. I just think maybe that's how you define it.
Yeah,
but,
it's not good. And the other piece, and I know it's late and I'd like to go home too, but the other thing I have a real problem with are the designation in the future land use map of the campus districts. And I understand the medical, we've got 2 hospitals, we have 2 medical districts, and those are campuses. But, you've got 3 Crowns, which is a block, basically a square block. You've got Presbyterian Home, which is, a big multi-block complex, and then you have the high school identified. But you have not identified, like the Haven and Kingsley block is bigger than Three Crowns, but it's not designated as a campus. And then on the Northwestern campus, you've got the Englehart Hall and that vacant, the parking lot behind it identified as part of a campus, but it's not connected to the university in any way, and the university buildings that are not part of the kind of main area are not identified. You've got 1800 Sherman, which the university owns. You've got their police building. It's, I guess the question is, what are the criteria for identifying campuses? And, should we just be dealing with the two medical districts as a campus district and letting the others, fit into their surrounding land use category as they basically do now?
I think the intent here, and again, I'm speaking on behalf of the consultants, so I'm trying to translate as best as I can. My understanding is that this is an approach to identifying locations that are operating as kind of a overarching, campus, where they have specific programming needs that may go beyond what the underlying or surrounding neighborhood zoning would allow. And so for those particular reasons, they need to be treated differently because they have different needs and long-term goals in terms of programming. So I think that is the intent of identifying locations and areas that have more of a unified programming across a larger land base.
Yeah, but why would the hospital or the high school be included as a campus and not Kingsley and Haven?
I think it's because we have had conversations around how currently the school district properties are all zoned as the surrounding neighborhood land use. We can certainly change the ETHS campus back to the surrounding neighborhood zoning, but I would encourage us to think a little more broadly about our institutional uses and that they have different needs in terms of how they plan for their future. They do master planning for their entire campuses. Right. And so that's, I think, what we were looking at in terms of a criteria for that designation. So the campus of the high school, they are kind of operating and growing and expanding based on their programming needs and the enrollment at the university over time, where the elementary schools, you don't typically see large scale additions or changes. But again, if you as the Land Use Commission would like to recommend that we either go towards the surrounding neighborhood land uses, that's what we're here to hear from you tonight.
Well, I would suggest we go toward the surrounding land uses. I mean, I'm okay with the university because obviously that's a giant campus, but
this was originally a concern of mine, and I raised this quite a while ago. And the thing that makes sense to me is that if you look at, for example, Three Crowns, Presbyterian Home, those types of places, do we really want to zone those as R1?
No.
They're
zoned R4 now.
Right. But I mean, if you're talking about matching surrounding areas.
No. I wouldn't want to change their current zoning. I think their current zoning, which allows for multiple buildings and, but the point is that when we get then to the zoning regulations, they're all regulated the same. And I think that the two hospitals and the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods is probably much different than it is for, Three Crowns or Presbyterian Home. And, and I haven't read all of our.
I mean, I think I can see that argument, but I also think that you can push back on that and say that it's different when you look at a hospital with the traffic that's coming and going there and the number of people who come and go on a daily basis and the number of people who are coming and going from Three Crowns on a daily basis. I mean, I don't know how many people live at Three Crowns. I'm not up on that. But in looking at how much traffic there is generated by a St. Francis, or if, I don't know if they've changed their name to something else, but St. Francis versus a Three Crowns, which is having a greater impact really on the neighboring community?
But we don't know because we don't have any zoning or traffic yet. We don't have any traffic or some of the, we don't have the information.
Right.
But
I do want to make note of the time. It is 11:06. And I do want to make sure that everybody has had a chance to say anything that they need to say or want to say on this before we adjourn for the evening. Is there anything anybody else wants to bring up, make mention of, so that staff can put this all together?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yep.
My question is that we've gotten all of those survey comments, and much of that information, I think there are some pretty relevant pieces of data, information. How is the community input that we've received going to be incorporated into an updated draft? Or is it?
I think we're looking for your direction on what you'd like to see integrated. Staff, will take it from there and evaluate and provide this to the HDR team for their consideration as they move forward. But, we have taken a look, we've reviewed, that's where some of these suggestions are coming from as well in your packet this evening. So again, all of this will be transferred as well to the City Council for their consideration. But again, we've taken public feedback throughout this process. We'll also ensure that it gets incorporated into the appendix with the actual public engagement summary in the final draft that Council receives as well.
All right. We do usually do our public comment at this point. No one is here from the public anymore. Thank you to our newspaper people for hanging out with us all night. Also, any communications? I don't think there's anything there.
I'm sorry, I had one thing. We asked for graphics, and this came up in the public comment too, of to show people what the zoning meant. And I know Patrick O'Connor has done a lot of this. I don't know whether that can be used. I think it's circulated. Well, whatever. I'm not. He's a citizen. He's a resident. But we asked for that from the staff.
Correct. And it will be provided to you when you start discussing the zoning ordinance on the 22nd.
Oh,
We've requested renderings from the
I'm sorry,
HDR.
a zoning issue. Yeah,
Yes, it's a zoning issue.
Okay, all right.
Speaking of zoning issues, when we were discussing at the commission level the minimum parking standards and then the R1, R3, we requested that staff provide some additional information on kind of where these things have happened and, are they working? I hadn't remembered it on the minimum parking, but it's in the minutes because I actually read them. So I would like to have that information provided for the 22nd as well.
All right. Anything else? If not, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move that we adjourn.
It's been moved by Commissioner Lindwall. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We do stand adjourned until January 15th, back here at 6 p.m. in council chambers. Thank you, everyone, for your time on this project.